1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Jose Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world.
Are a united community.
We may not be blood related,
but we Patriots are one big family.
Being part of the PWU community strengthens us.
Through the years, we support each other through good times and bad times.
We Patriots always have each other's back.
It's a big honor to be
part of a community that is open to the ideas of each other.
Drives us to excel and be the best version of ourselves.
That's the standard of excellence that we Patriots strive for.
I'm thankful that this community lets us be who we want to be.
We thrive because we accept each other for who we are.
And like a family, we treat each other equally.
Actually, PWU gave us a home and helped us to be a patriot in society.
We may have different individual drums and instruments,
but we march with the same beat together as one united community.
Do you want to march with our community of patriots?
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
Mabuhay! Warmest greetings from the Philippine Women's University. Great morning, ladies and gentlemen, here and abroad. Today is June 18, 2022. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, we are very pleased to welcome you all to the day one of the School of Hospitality Management's International Research Conference 2022. With the team Cresting 2.0, Research, Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience among the discipline in the tourism and hospitality industry. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the conference. This event is organized by the Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management student of the Philippine Women's University. Now, I would like to draw your attention to your smartphone, laptop, or desktop computer, because there is no better way to begin this conference than with a prayer and the Philippine National Anthem. Following that comes our event teaser trailer and a short video from the Department of Tourism in the Philippines.
Let's bow our heads and place ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts and with gratefulness for all the wonders and blessings you have showered upon us. Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today in this important event. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be in this momentous event. May you bestow your guidance and blessings on this event so that we can enjoy and appreciate the significance in our lives. Bless everyone present today that each may be able to share what he or she has for your glory and honor. Truly, discipline, perseverance, and the determination to excel are instilled in us abundantly. Lord, we acknowledge that everything comes from you, the God who orchestrates every second of our lives so perfectly, because of His great love for us. All the praises and awards that we will receive today are meant to be given back to you. It is because of your grace and your guidance that we have come this far. Whatever is set before us, we give all the glory back to you. May this event be a success through your intervention. We ask all of this in Jesus' name, amen.
sa langit mong bukaw, may dilagang tulat, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdilingi. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Lupa ng araw ng at ipagsintabay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga aming ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Great morning, everyone. It is our pleasure to have all of you join us for this international virtual research conference entitled Cresting 2.0, Research Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience Among Discipline in the Tourism and Hospitality Industry. We have invited distinguished keynote speakers and panel speakers who can share valuable insights and experiences about research in the industry for this conference. So buckle up, get your pens and paper handy for taking down notes, listen attentively, and just enjoy this fun conference. Right, partner?
I agree, Kat. This will be surely fun and exciting. As of now, we have a total of 150 viewers from Facebook and YouTube. And of course, thank you very much for joining us today. You may like, heart, and even drop your school name for a shout out. And of course, don't forget to share this live conference with all your social media accounts. Once again, this is Michael Angelo Peralta. Along with me is Miss Katrina Beatriz Mendoza. We are a graduate students taking up Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management at the Philippine Women's University, and we will be your hosts for today. We will be with you until the end of this International Research Conference 2.0. And of course, Ms. Kat, we want to acknowledge or recognize rather our sponsors for helping us put together our second International Research Conference. For our premium package, we would like to thank the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines, a corporate body attached to the Philippine Department of Tourism. We also have Mr. Salvador Hife. Speaking of tourism and hospitality partner, there is a person who is passionate about our industry. That's why follow Sal Garcia Hife on all his social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn as he discusses and discovers more about the hospitality and tourism. We would also like to acknowledge Ms. Susana Santo Domingo of Wilkin Industrial Services, located at Barangay San Isidro, Parañaque City, where they offered kitchen exhaust cleaning and howling and disposal. Right, partner?
Definitely. And for our gold package, we have Ms. Derlene De Maisip of MQ Kitchen Maine. You may like their Facebook and Instagram page at mqkitchen.maine with their tagline, "Pagbagoong ng pinag-uusapan, MQ lang ang sakalab." And also, we have Ms. Darnie Javier of Avare Marketing Group Incorporated. You may also check their Facebook page at Avar Remy. with their tagline, Changing Lives One Family at a Time. We also have a Miss Clarissa Paris of Blue Droplets Onshore, a water refilling station with their tagline, We Value Your Health. And we also have Miss Almarie Joy Umbay Balaman of RDL Pharmaceuticals Lab Incorporated. It's a beauty and skincare business. And lastly, for our gold package, we have Edric Publishing House, the #1 publishing house for tourism and hospitality books.
And for our silver package, we also have 25th and Co Cakes and Pastries, owned by John David Berano, located at Cubangbang Daet, Camarines Norte. We also have the International Marketing Group, Ms. Rosemary Ocampo, Chief Executive Officer, and International Marketing Group, Ms. Leia Verano, Senior Marketing Director. We would like to acknowledge as well Ms. Rosalina Amora from BV Travel Page Ticketing Services, owned by Rosalina Amora, located at Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Services offer domestic and international airline ticket. We also have Miss Agnes Guanco, Miss Cuenca Distribution, owned by Mr. Alexis Cuenca, located at 13 Martires, Cavite. QAsia's Quality Excellence Awardee. We also have Big Brew Milk Tea, owned by Jolene Samudio, located at Vincent's Camarines Norte. Next, we also have Nanay Cecilia's Food and Franchising Business, owned by James Salenga. Products offered a gourmet tuyo and pure olive oil, boneless tawiles with Spanish style, steamed rice cakes, and of course, Tok Tok. Contact information 0936-505-5701. We also have under the silver package, Ms. Jemmy's Gift Shop, owned by Mariflor Milan, located at Oroqueta City, Misamis Occidental. Services offered, personalized gifts, souvenirs, cakes, and pastries for all occasion. We also have Emma's Wedding Shop, owned by Maria Teresa Soria, located at Mercedes Camarines Norte. And the last but definitely not the least for our silver package, we have the Food Project, owned by Chef Nino Lugarta. You may follow him at Nino Lugarta on Facebook, at Chef Nino Lugarta on Instagram.
And of course, we won't forget our bronze package. We have Mr. Alain John Baclayo, owner of Relaxing Staycation at Gilmore Tower, located in Gilmore Avenue, Quezon City. We also have Miss Natalie Barin and Mr. Paul Xavier Morales.
Once again, we are thrilled and honored to have you with us today. Back to you, partner.
Thank you, Angelo, and I'm very much delighted to be your partner today. Before we properly begin this international virtual research conference, we would like to share some virtual conference netiquette in our objective for today. The following netiquette should be observed in attending this virtual conference. First, we highly suggest all our participants to have a pen and paper handy in taking down notes for your future reference while attentively listening to all of our speakers. Second, if you have any questions or clarifications during the presentation or demonstration, you may want to type them in the chat box or comment section. The program host will bring them up every after the keynote and panel speakers discussion. Third, your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions are highly significant to the organizers. Please fill out the evaluation form. QR code will be posted towards the end of the conference. Fourth, we encourage all attendees to please mute their microphones when not speaking in order to reduce the background noise. And lastly, we highly encourage everyone to dress appropriately when cameras are requested to turn on for photo opportunities. And for today's objective, this conference will facilitate a constructive exchange of information, ideas, research findings, best practices, and lessons identified between the researchers and practitioners, as well as creates a unique environment to establish professional networks in industry.
Again, if you have any questions or clarifications during the delegate oral presentation, type them in the comments section below, and the moderation will bring them up during our plenary discussion. Furthermore, the organizers value your input and comments, so we ask everyone to complete the evaluation form and QR codes will be posted after the conference, and your e-certificates will be emailed to you once you have completed successfully the evaluation form. We are pleased to welcome everybody to this conference, which we promise will be fun-filled, spectacular, and inspiring International Virtual Research Conference 2022.
Definitely agree with this one, Angelo. But before we properly begin this much awaited webinar, please allow me to acknowledge some important people. Our university president, Mr. Marco Alfredo Benitez, University Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Felina C. Young, Graduate School Director, Dr. Emerita Zornoza, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Eframuel Jose Abeliana, our honorable keynote and panel speakers, guests, participants, viewers, classmates, and students. We are very happy that you're able to join us at this conference entitled Cresting 2.0, Research Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience Among Discipline in the Tourism and Hospitality Industry.
Right, partner. I am more than honored to tell everybody that this conference is brought to us with the Graduate School of Hospitality Management, with the guidance, of course, of our Dean, who happens to be our professor for this subject, Dean Eframuel Jose Abeliana. And to formally begin this program in full swing, I am humbled to welcome our Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs of the Philippine Women's University. Let's welcome Dr. Felina C. Young for her inspirational message.
Dean Emerita Sornosa, Director of Graduate Studies, Dr. Prime Abellana, Dean of the School of Hospitality Management, our dear administrators, esteemed local and international speakers, our faculty, students, and guests, and more importantly, to the hardworking chair and organizers of this two-day international seminar. Good morning. A warm welcome to everyone. Welcome to our seminar on research convergence, innovation, and resilience among disciplines in the tourism and hospitality industry. The last 2 years were indeed extremely special. The pandemic dictated our lives, bringing us to take hold of ourselves, of what we have, and of what we had to do. And as we slowly settle down and bring ourselves to normalcy, certain constants have opened our eyes and made us realize the significance of convergence, innovation, resilience, education and training, and marketing and management in the tourism and hospitality industry. The tourism and hospitality industry has been one sector of the global landscape where sustainability and livelihood have been significantly affected, where people all over the world deliberately shielded themselves into isolation and survival, whether zero or limited social and physical interaction. But that being said, the global community today cannot overlook the inevitability and importance of the universal reality of people, of family and friends, of neighborhoods and surroundings, of societies and the world at large. In short, the inherent disposition to relate and belong is a certainty in our lives. Hence, the global world begins to open up and find ways to rekindle and make up for lost time, lost opportunities, and lost moments of togetherness and enjoyment. The thrust of the tourism and hospitality industry is to get back and regain what has been, to bring about new beginnings, to appreciate the beauty of the environment, as well as peoples in every part of the world. In other words, to be whole again. Hence, with the emergence of the new normal, the challenge for the tourism and hospitality industry is to take on different but deeper perspectives on how the industry can be optimized against parameters that have become more prominent, relevant, and important. As a result, innovation has become a means to create competitiveness, if not survival. Innovation in the tourism and hospitality industry means devising and enhancing ways whereby frameworks in the university are created to encourage people to visit other places, find peace and joy in the simplicity of life, experience the beauty of being with others, and take a second look on the unseen and unappreciated. Such innovative paradigms will help drive the tourism and hospitality industry to be dynamic and invigorated. Likewise, education and training in the tourism industry and hospitality at that will accordingly take a more active role. It will entail added trainings and seminars on current issues in the industry, including safety and health, the environment, and information technology, among others. This is likewise true with tourism and hospitality marketing and management. Organizations will be more proactive, more community centered, and more consumer conscious. Strategies will need to be robust, more differentiated, integrated, cross disciplinary, and collaborative. Doing this will increase the competitive advantage of the tourism and hospitality industry and consequently increase its comparative advantage between and among the other industries. In all of these efforts, the future of the tourism and hospitality industry will be characterized by two important attributes, namely convergence and resilience. Primarily, convergence in the tourism and hospitality industry will mean solving vexing tourism and hospitality problems in particular, while focusing on complex problems on communities and societal needs. It will entail integrating knowledge, methods, and expertise from different cross disciplines and forming novel frameworks to catalyze worthwhile discoveries and innovation. In essence, therefore, convergence and innovation in the tourism and hospitality industry can bring about resilience in peoples and societies. It will help develop in us the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, engender a certain toughness to spring back, and a certain elasticity to get back in shape. So, to our dear administrators, speakers, guests, and hardworking organizers, my heartfelt congratulations. Again, a warm welcome to everyone.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Felina Young, for such powerful and inspiring words. We are truly grateful for the kind of leadership you have bestowed upon us, which will definitely help us achieve our life goals, and for your unwavering support during these trying times. And it is a great pleasure to have you with us today's event. Thank you, Doctor. Now, we would like to welcome Mr. Lito Bahadu Jr., our overall conference chairperson, for his opening remarks and tell something what is going to happen for this two-day event. Take it away, Chairman.
Thank you, Sir Angelo. Good morning. Salamat pagi. Suprabhat. Sangshang-hao. Magandang umaga. To our University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo Benitez, our University Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Felina C. Young, the Graduate School Director, Dr. Emerita Zurnosa, the Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Ephraimwell Jose Abellana, all the university vice presidents, deans, directors, and program chairs, our stellar keynote speakers, namely Dr. Thanam Subramaniam from Malaysia and Mr. Jericho Tadeo from the Philippines, and our highly sought after panel speakers, Dr. Manpreet Arora from India, Dr. Thomas Meyer and Dr. Brian Lassen from United States of America, the Graduate School Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality Management, and my fellow classmates, and all the committee chairs and members, our international and local delegations around the globe, the deans, the faculty members, all the brightest and passionate researchers, students, very generous sponsors, and guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so wonderful to see every one of you present today. We are so excited to have you all today here with us, attending this very anticipated event, the Philippine Women's University Graduate School of Hospitality Management Second International Virtual Research Conference 2022. And on behalf of the organizing committee, the graduate students of Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management, taking up Event Management and International Tourism and Hospitality Management subjects under the supervision of Dean Ephraimwell Jose Abellana, please allow me to extend a warm welcome to each one of you and our deepest appreciation for taking your time to be with us in this very beautiful Saturday morning. This research conference that is entitled Cresting 2.0, Research Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience among discipline in the tourism and hospitality industry is the second time the School of Hospitality Management holds a research forum like this, and we made sure to rise to its highest level, hence naming it Cresting 2.0. We have also invited esteemed keynote and plenary speakers today, as well as dissertation and thesis presenters next Saturday to enlighten us with research convergence, its innovation, and resiliency among the different areas in our industry. Given the title of this conference, we take pride, and I am very much sure that this will be an exciting two-day event, jam-packed with information, advice, and sound recommendations for all of us that will be dissected into creating a very outstanding research paper. Thus, further learning and knowledge is expected. With the help of our very generous speakers and presenters, truly not one to disappoint. This research conference that's taking place today will have its second part on June 25, 2022, next Saturday. There, we will witness the dissertation and thesis paper from the alumni of the Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management that received excellent and very satisfactory ratings in their research paper, respectively. Nevertheless, today, we are going to witness our two stellar keynote speakers as they discuss resilience strategies in tourism sector and research and innovation in hospitality marketing and management. And our highly sought after plenary speakers to discuss education and training in tourism and hospitality industry, resilience strategies in tourism sector, and organizational theory and tourism research, followed by a plenary discussion between our three plenary speakers and the conference moderators. This will give us chance to throw questions you have in mind. I know every one of you here is very much excited as I am, so I wish you a very pleasant day ahead. Again, this is Lito Bahad Jr., your overall conference chairperson of this year's School of Hospitality Management, Second International Virtual Research Conference. Welcome everyone. Tuloy po kayo and mabuhay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lito Bajado, our chairperson, for welcoming us to this much anticipated Second International Virtual Research Conference and for enlightening us about what to expect in the 2 days event. I must say, we are very excited. At this moment, to introduce our distinguished and prominent keynote and panel speakers for the day, it is my pleasure to introduce. May we invite once again our Cluster Dean of Hospitality Management, Dr. Ipraimel Jose Abellana.
Thank you, Angelo. Thank you so much. Patriots, greetings. Today, we are so honored and so privileged to present to you our 793 foreign delegates registrants and 1,477 local delegates or registrants. And today we have 23 countries joining of their schools and universities attending, and these are the universities. Okay, first off, we have Angelo, please share the screen. Thank you.
Certainly, Dean, one moment.
We have 1 college and 2 universities. Austria, we have 1 college. Canada, we have 3 colleges. China, we have 3 colleges. Croatia, we have 4 universities. And 1 college from France, 1 university from Hong Kong, 1 university from India, 1 university from Indonesia, and 1 Macau University, 1 college and 1 university from Malaysia, 1 college from Nepal, 1 college from Oman, Qatar, and we have 12 colleges and 19 universities in the Philippines. We have 2 universities in Serbia and 2 universities in South Korea. We have Switzerland, 2 colleges. Taiwan, we have 1 university. Thailand, we have 2 colleges and 1 university. Turkey, we have 1 university. United Arab Emirates, we have 1 university. United Kingdom, we have 2 universities. United States of America, we have 3 colleges and 6 universities. Vietnam, we have 1 college. Thank you so much. Patriots, greetings and welcome to the Philippine University. Good morning, delegates. Back to you, Angela and Katrina.
Thank you very much, Dean. Wow, look at that. Not only in the Philippines, not only in Asia, but across the globe, we have a huge number of participants from different institutions. I am personally overwhelmed by our delegates for our day 1. And at this juncture, to formally introduce our first keynote speaker, I am very honored and privileged to welcome Dr. Ligaya Braganza, Program Chair for School of Food Science and Technology.
Thank you, Ms. Kat. Okay, our first keynote speaker for today is an Associate Director of Community Engagement and a Senior Lecturer in the School of Hospitality, Tourism, and Events at Taylor's University in Malaysia. She completed her doctoral degree in philosophy from the University of Putra, Malaysia, and her master's degree in economics at University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. Just recently, she published her articles in the journal meaningful community participation for effective development of sustainable tourism, bibliometric analysis towards a quintuple helix model. She has a solid grounding in interdisciplinary research as well as industry educational research. She has multiple journal publications where she was given the Best Paper Award at Taylor's University in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Thanam Subramaniam. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ligaya. Can I get, okay. Can you all view my slide?
Yes, doctor.
Make it even resolution. Okay. A warm welcome. Thank you so much for the organizing committee of the second virtual international conference and leaders of the School of Hospitality and Tourism, Women's Schools of the Philippines, and also academician researchers and students. Thank you so much for joining our session today. First, I would like to thank the organizing committee for organizing a wonderful conference in this topic, because not many people actually having the interest in this topic and encouraging the students or academicians to explore the research, especially after the pandemic, and a great thank for that. And thank you again for giving me a great opportunity to be one of the keynote speaker for this event. It is a glad pleasure for me to have with you all today. Okay, today I would like to discuss what are the potential topics on area the students or the future academician or future researchers can be focused in the tourism and hospitality industry. Thank you so much for the introduction of myself as well. Okay, so if you see here, there are 10 topics that I have to identify as a potential research topics in the hospitality and tourism industry to leading in year 2030. The first is sustainable tourism. We won't deny the impact of the outbreak COVID-19 pandemic, and we can see how badly the tourism and hospitality industry was affected in this pandemic. As many people say, this is one of the fastest or the first industry that been affected and one of the last industry to recover from the pandemic. So therefore, it's actually providing a great opportunity for the future researcher and academician to explore and come out with the potential strategies, how the country, how the tourism industry, how the tourism related organization can recover from this this pandemic, and what are the potential strategy they should take into the future in case there is a future event or there is a similar event in the future. So if you see sustainable tourism, there are 3 pillars that you can relate with the sustainable tourism: environmental, social, and economics. So if we want to see what are the sub-dimensions that we have in environmental, economic, and social, there is a lot of prospect of future to explore. And they also want, especially the publisher want us to do a lot of research in the various geographical areas to come out with the great result. And the contradict result or the similar result will support the justification of the future study. For example, when you want to talk about the economic benefit, you can relate with the employability patterns. You can relate with the job opportunity, entrepreneurial opportunity, and how it actually can support the sustained socio-economy of the local community. There is a varieties of the topic that you can cover. And in line with that, we also can see the UNWTO 17 goals of sustainable goals that are lead to the transformation in the tourism and hospitality industry, or in a wider, it's also can be one of the key elements that you can focus. Here there are 17 goals that has been highlighted in this industry. When you go deeper and explaining it, and when you do the research more deeper to identify what are the dimensions, what are the key areas, and also what are the various geographical areas that has been used for this will be having high potential to be published. And the reason here, there is a many publishers highlighted that they want the recent study to be connected with the sustainability concept. Therefore, if you come out with any topic that can be related with the sustainability, and if you can relate with the sustainable development goal, there is a high potential to be published. Don't worry when some people criticize, say that, oh, this sustainable development goal won't be success and so on. And we as an academician, we as a researcher can proving it and can justifying it through our research. Okay. The next area is technology or Industry Revolution 5.0. As we are aware, the advanced technology is something cannot be avoidable in the industry today. And we are stepping to the Industry 5.0. And during the pandemic or during the movement control order, we are highly engaged. We are easily can transform all our operational activity from the traditional to go to the technology base, where we are willing to work from home. We're able to settle down all the issue, all our operational, all our work from the place that we are staying. Working from home become a very common because with the technology, with any places, it's not become a barrier. The same can be applied. So further study need to be conducted to explore what are the benefits, what are the implications, what are the factors can be related with the Industry 5.0. And nowadays we can see a lot of innovation ideas that are created through this advanced technology is actually coming from the idea that has been shared by the researcher. As a researcher, we are the one will be more closely to the consumers and the tourist behavior. For example, it's always will be changed according to their preference, according to their taste. So when there is a lot of changes will take place, who are the person will bring all these ideas to the industry or to the operators? We are the one. When we publish, when we actually come out with the survey, or when we come out with some study to show that, okay, how the tourist behavior has been changed, how the tourists actually prefer the technology to be, and what is their expectation. So based on that, the innovators can come out with something new. And when it's meet their requirement, there we will actually fill up their requirement and satisfy their need. Therefore, if you're interested to come out with any studies, or you want your paper to be published in the high impact journals, don't forget to relating it with the technology. And there is a lot of journals that can be related with the tourism and technology. And what are the other aspects that you can relate with the technology is tourist behavior, tourist satisfaction level, destination royalty, and definitely sustainability of the place and sustainability of the local community as well. And don't forget, highlight the impact, the challenges that the tourism stakeholders is facing in embedded with the technology and Industry 5.0. There are many criticism also take place, say that, oh, the technology is actually increasing the unemployability rate due to all the technology, all the services or operational actually transform into the capital incentive production. But why not we change ourselves, and why not we actually try to come out with the positive impact, because we cannot backdate it with the technology. We need to run together with the technology. If we can come out with a lot of research and can support with the positive impact or significant impact with the technology and how it's actually support the growth and development of the tourism and hospitality industry, that will be a great opportunity for us to publish our papers in the high impact journals. The next one, experience tourism. I'm sure all of you have experienced when you be in tourism destination. When you be in tourism destination, right? What kind of the experience that you're really looking for? You really want the experience that can meet with your expectation. So for example, when I want to go for a places, I will have my expectation. I should have a wonderful experience. I should enjoy my holiday. When I've been there, it maybe will meet my requirement, or it may be exceed my requirement, or it will be not meeting my experience. All of that will converted or create as a experiences. But nowadays, the focus for the experiences is actually transform how you can create memorable ecotourism or memorable tourism experiences. This memorable tourism experience ideas was initiated from the experience economic theory, where they actually start to discuss about how it can educate the people, how it can entertain the people, how it's actually giving satisfaction to the people, and so on. And various studies have been conducted on this area, where it's actually can related with the travel motivation, tourism attraction, cultural exchange, tourism planning or policies, and who are the companion of the travel or travel party. All this has been done, but it's not giving any full stop at, because you can't ever stop the people to have a different experience, and this different experience can be influenced by the various factors. If you see on your right hand side, I actually exhibit or I actually show that one of the framework that I created in my studies called as a memorable ecotourism experiences. This is totally new concept that I actually created based on the memorable tourism experiences. And what I did it is I actually go and explore who are the person initiated the idea of memorable tourism experiences. When I actually read the paper initiated by the Kim in 2010, we realized he actually introduced 15 dimensions that can contribute to the memorable tourism experiences. However, the outcome is studies is only shows 7 dimensions is significant. And what the following researchers has did is they only following that 7 dimension and forget what is the other original 8 variable that has been tested by Kim, but illustrating non-significant result. So when I observe all that, I say, okay, why not I'm doing this one in my study and see whether it's giving the impact or not. So I actually using 21 dimension in my studies to explore how these 21 dimension can create memorable ecotourism experiences. Surprisingly, it's not only 7, it's actually 15 variable in my study can show that significant result. Just imagine, I'm just observing that information, I'm doing it. I didn't request you to create something new. So you need to go and explore the past studies has been done and identify what are the variables that has been shown non-significant or has been missed out in the previous studies. You can observe that variable and exploring it in a various geographical location and see whether it illustrates positive or negative or significant or non-significant result. That will be your contribution. That will be something interesting for you. So you will feel like a proud. So definitely it will be a proud moment for me when I actually find out, hey, something that other researchers didn't do it and I able to come out. So for the potential researchers, for the student who actually want to explore in the research field, I will request you go and slightly detailed, go to the ground and look for the what are the potential dimension or item that been highlighted by the previous researchers, but it's not really showing the significant result or significant finding. Then you observe all these dimension, try to exploring it in a various geographical location. Then definitely it will giving you new insight to the study. And you can theoretically, with managerial leave, can contribute to the study. And don't forget, these tourism experiences, you should relate it with the tourist behavior, sustainability, and destination royalty as well. This is a potential area that you can relate, you can test. But don't keep on doing the theory of planned behavior, because we actually see a lot of studies that have been conducted on the theory of planned behavior, where people want to investigate, examine behavioral intention, actual behavior, behavioral intention, actual behavior. Don't go the common topic. Look for something that will make your study interesting, novel, and there is a high possibility it's be published. Okay, next. In line with that, the innovation that you can be related with the AI, robots, or smart tourism also have a high potential, since we are leading to the advanced technology industry 5.0, and more studies actually needed in this area that can be related with the innovation in tourism and hospitality industry. Even the smart mobile application can promote the tourism destination, or smart health, smart mobility, Internet of Things, smart retail, smart home. This is all the potential topic. This has been highlighted in the new trends that be happen. However, there is a lack of studies, lack of justification has been done in the various geographical location. So you can using your location, you can using your country as a case study, and you can compare. So that will giving a new opportunity for you to publish your paper. Okay. The next one, personalization. Personalization is very important. Nowadays, the trend or the preference of the tourist is totally changing. Just reflect yourself. How many of you prefer to take the standard tour packages that are offered by the tour operators and travel agency? Definitely not, right? When someone giving you standard, you want to personalize. Even the food you want to personalize. You want to tell less sugar, or maybe less salt, or high spicy, more spicy. So this is where you try to personalize the food. Just imagine the tourism services. This is where the packages that they offer should be personalized. And there is a lot of studies has been take place nowadays is tourist segmentation. And we realize that when you have this segmentation in the tourists, it will help you to identify what is the differences in their need, in their preference, and how you can manage. For example, nowadays, the trend for the solo travelers or free independent travelers has been increased. People no more prefer to go in a group. Or some people prefer to go and experience the local community compared to go for the certain mass tourism destination. So this all information only can come when you actually did your market segmentation clearly to the tourists, and you do your studies how the personalization or customization can be take place. So when you come out with a good result, it will be a good input to the tour operators and travel agency in the future to personalize their services as well. They're really looking for some outcome from the researcher. So if you're able to explore this one, and you will find this study will be more interesting because you will study about yourself. You will see, okay, how I will behave when I was young, how I behave when I will be in a old age. For example, now the demand for the senior citizen, especially those days when people retire, they are not really like to travel. They want to spend quality time with their family. But now the trend has been changed. When people retire, they will find out the way, I want to go hang around with my friends. I want to go and look for the alternative tourism, like I want to go for the nature-based tourism. I want to relax. I want to spend quality time with the nature and environment. Or if I can support to the sustainability of the environment, I will be most likely to do it. So these are the changes that take place. So if you can come up with some topic that be related, okay, very simple. Just do the study with your generation among your friends. Then you comparing it with your parents' generation. How is it? Then the comparative studies will have a very good coverage, and it's continuously attract many researchers to do more studies, and the publisher also interested because that is the current situation, and you really contribute to the future development of the tourism and hospitality industry. The next one, the demand for the medical tourism has been increases as well. I'm sure COVID-19 pandemic that was giving us the tremendous changes in our lifestyle, right? Where we are actually free bird before that and become quarantined at home, and we actually feel like when is the time I want to travel. And it's also giving a great lesson to the people how important is our good health. So there is a more demand for the medical tourism, because people going for medical tourism is not only to get the medical facilities or treatment. At the same time, it can be used as one of the tools to promote the tourism destination. Nowadays, the medical tourism come together with the tour packages. So after people go for the treatment, after people go and get the medical services, they're also using 1 or 2 days to view the places. So when you're talking about the medical tourism, there is a higher demand, and it's actually can be related with the types of the services that you are providing, the types of the people that you are handling, the service provided like doctors, nurses, and other pharmacies that you can be related. And even you can relate with the psychology of the medical tourists. And it also can be related with the destination image, the destination image attribute or tourism destination attribute as well. Even the medical service facilities, including the hospitality facilities, the location of the hospitality, and you can relate with the doctor's expertise. There is a varieties, and how this medical tourism can be related with the tourism industry. For example, there is a recent studies has been conducted to identify why this particular location has been well known as a medical tourism destination. This is where people want to know, okay, these are the places that are well known due to the several factors. So it actually encouraging the patients or the people who want to get the treatment to go. And the medical tourism is not necessarily on the chronic disease. It's also go for the cosmetic surgery. It's also go for the wellness tourism as well. Okay. The next one, the demand for the alternatives tourism is continuously increasing. So this is where you can see when you come out with the various aspects in the alternative tourism. As we know, alternative tourism is the opposite of the solution that we are providing for the mass tourism, right? If you can come out with any topics, any particular case study related with the rural tourism, culture tourism, heritage tourism, community-based tourism, low carbon tourism, ecotourism, or political economy, behavioral economy, it will have a high potential, because this is something that we are leading. And when you come out with some topic that is relevant with what we are leading, it is a high possibility. And beside that, there is several researchers also urge the further studies to be done on the over tourism, because this is one of the major problems that we are facing nowadays, especially when the tourism destination is open for the public. The places, the carrying capacity of the places is not met or was exploited, and this is actually lead to the more consequences to the economic, culture, and environmental. So if you can relate with any topic that will talk about what are the challenges of the over tourism, what are the impact of the over tourism to the sustainability of the destination, if you can relate with the climate changes that can be related to the changes in the pattern of the tourism and trend and preference of the tourists, that also can be a very good topic to be published. So try to relating with the current issue and how you can contribute to the future generation. So that is where you're talking about, okay, what is the current issue and how people are facing, and what will be your recommendation for the future. So this is all will continuously will help them to come out with the more studies and will trigger more people to do the study in this topic as well. The next one will be safety and security. I'm sure we won't deny. Everyone is talking about the spam. Everyone talking about how I can protect my personal data. Okay, especially when I when I'm using high technology. So we realize that since we are moving to the new norms, with a lot of SOP, safety and security, we are more to the online, everything is an online transaction, is actually giving a lot of opportunity for the people to actually do the study and explore what are the potential, what are the impact, what are the strategy that you need to take it to protect yourself, how you want to give the confidence to the people, how it can be solved. And this is not new topic. It has been discussed for many years, but still there is no proper, or there is no full stop for this issue. And whenever we come out with something new, the recommendation, there is another issue will be there. So when it comes for the tourism safety and security, especially when you ask the people to give in their personal information like their identification numbers, or their credit card numbers, or maybe their mobile numbers, how this information, their personal information, can be protected. So this is all very important to explore. You don't need to go for the larger scale. You can maybe taking it for the a particular geographical destination near to your area, or among your younger generation or different generations. So when you're exploring it, it will giving a good opportunity for the people to explore more and more, and you can have a comparative, you can come out with a solution, and this will be a great input for the safety and security department who are actually handling on the personal data protection. Okay, and big data is not something new as well, but still you can see it having high potential to be explored in this tourism industry. So when we are actually doing a lot of research on this big data, we really need a big space and to explore how this online system, how this technology, how this marketing research can be related with the big data, how you want to protect the information, how you want to keep all this information. So if you can relate, let's say you're really interested with the IT, you have a knowledge on the information technology related with the storage and Google Cloud and everything, it will be good that if you can relate your study with the big data and come out with the potential strategies that support the tourism and hospitality industry, because sometimes we can see the process will be delayed, sometimes their information protection having issues. So if you can come out with any topic that can be related with the international information technology and tourism industry, and if you can relating it with the innovation, that will be a great opportunity for the people to for the paper to be published. Even you can see the blueprint, the process is very important. Okay, and the last one will be wellness tourism, similar like a medical tourism. Many people have a confusion, what is the difference between medical tourism and wellness tourism? Medical tourism is where when you get the sick, you actually want to go for the treatment, you go to the certain places, you want, for example, the Indonesian people can come to Malaysia to get the treatment. After they get the treatment, 2 or 3 days, they will stay in additional to visit the places. That is more focused on medical tourism. But now the demand for the wellness tourism, when people realize health is more important, they need to make sure that they can release, must release from the chronic disease. They realize the need for the wellness tourism is continuously increasing. So therefore, the demand, if you can come out with any topic related with the wellness tourism, relate with the different geographical location, different age group, or maybe different activity that people can do in a wellness tourism, and how this one can support the sustainable development goal to create the sustainable community, that will be high potential to be published. So these are the 10 topic, the simple 10 topic that you can think. So it's not like a really hard topic to explore. It's very simple, and start your journey with your own community, with your own people, own location. That will be encouraging the people. So especially if it is an undergraduate student, try to explore with your own community. So beside you doing the research, you also will contribute back to your community. Okay. So just want to add on few more elements. What are the types of the topic that you can, types of the research that you can focus nowadays? As you are aware, the research can be related with the several methods like a quantitative, qualitative, and mixed method. This is what people are doing commonly, and this all will be related with the empirical research. But nowadays, the demand for the systematic literature review is continuously increasing. So what is systematic literature review? This is similar like your part of your literature review, where you actually try to have your past studies, you try to explore, you try to come out with the summary, right? So there is some software that will help you to relating it with the proper way to do the literature review. So this is some example of the systematic literature review. When you do the literature review, you can do papers based on the what are the common topic, common keyword that they are using for these studies. For example, the recent study that from my paper, we actually managed to see the community-based tourism or tourism-related papers will be related with the innovation, sustainable tourism management, and performance. Another one, the graph, the below here, you can see which country are highly having the citation. Another one, who are the authors and what are the way to do it. So you no need to have an empirical study. If you start at the starting point to do the research, you can focus on how to come out with the systematic literature review. There is many software like many pages like a connected paper, where when you put it the keyword of your study, it will come out with what are the latest journals has been published, and it also will tell you, okay, when they publish, who are the author will publish, what are the abstracts. So you can get it all this to come out with a good systematic literature review, and this paper has a high potential to be published because it's giving a simple way to do the meta analysis. Okay, so thank you so much for listening. This is all from me, and wish you all the best for your research initiative, and hope your papers all to be published sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. A woman with so much passion. Be passionate about what you love doing and never stop learning. Certainly, that is one moving and challenging message imparted to us. Once again, thank you, Dr. Subramaniam, for taking the time to join us again and for your amazing presentation, along with encouraging words for everyone. Your message was just most tourism and hospitality students and practitioners needed to hear at this time, especially during this time when we've started opening our borders for foreigners, and same with other countries. And of course, Dr. Tanam tackled different segments of tourism, from innovation, from personalization, very interesting topic, alternative tourism experience, and of course, a very important safety and security. Health is very important, especially during this time of pandemic. Thank you much, Dr. Subramaniam. Now, to award the flag of recognition to our first keynote speaker for taking part in this very significant, timely, and relevant international virtual research conference, may we invite our beloved cluster dean and professor, Dean Ipraimel Jose Abellana, and conference overall chairpersons, Mr. Lito Baharu Jr. and Mr. John Michael Timo.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Thank you so much, Dr. Thanam. We are so delighted, we're so honored with your presentations. John, please read the citations, please. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, Dean. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management, Manila, Philippines, present this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Tanam Subramaniam for sharing her time and expertise as keynote speaker during the second Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management International Virtual Research Conference with the theme Cresting 2.0, Research Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience Among Discipline in the Tourism and Hospitality Industry, given this 18th day of June 2022, Saturday at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila, Philippines, signed by Dr. Ipraimel Jose Abellana, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Mr. Lito Baharu Jr., Conference Chairperson, and yours truly, Conference Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Angelo.
All right, now maybe request a photo off with Dr. Subramaniam and the committees as a remembrance of today's very important event. For our virtual audience.
Okay. Thank you to the organizing committee and all the best for the students, and try to start doing your research and enjoy doing your research. You will love to do the research when you see the outcome is impressive. So thank you so much again to allow me to be a part of this international virtual research conference, and wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam. It's very, packed with knowledge and, something that could help us in our future research. Thank you very much for your time, Dr. Subramaniam. And now, to meet our second esteemed keynote speaker, let us welcome Dr. Leo O. Manalim, Dean and Director of Research and Development Office.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Philippine Women's University. Our second keynote speaker is Assistant Professor from Cavite State University CCAT campus. He completed his bachelor's degree from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He finished his Master's of Arts in Economics from the same university. Currently, he is finishing his dissertation writing for PhD in Management from Cavite State University Graduate School. Our second keynote speaker is well immersed in multidisciplinary, industry, and educational research. He has numerous publications, both local and international journals. He is also a journal reviewer of an ASEAN Index journal and associate member of the National Research Council of the Philippines. He is currently the director of the Research and Extension Office of Cavite State University, CCAT campus. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our second keynote speaker, Mr. Jericho B. Tadeo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leo Munalim. I would just like to check whether am I really heard well on this platform.
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you, Sir Peralta. Okay, please just let me allow to present my initial slides. Okay. All right. Okay. So I would just like to check whether my presentation is visible in your respective screens.
Yes, sir.
Is it yet? All right. Thank you very much. All right. So before I formally start my talk with this session, I would just like to express my deepest appreciation for having me here in this second international virtual conference with the theme Cresting 2.0 Research, Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience among Discipline in the tourism and hospitality industry. And also, I would like to congratulate the organizer of this event because this is a very rare opportunity that the university gave chances, especially to the graduate students and undergraduate students, to fully participate and further be immersed in the different dimensions of research that will enable them to write particular research papers in the future. So with that, as early as now, I'm expressing my congratulatory message to the organizers and of course to the officials of the Philippine Women University, especially to the School of the Hospitality Management. Thank you very much. Okay, so just let me begin my presentation. All right, so this morning I am tasked to present to you the research and innovations in hospitality, marketing, and management. All right, so before I'm going to fully begin with this through, I would just like to begin with a quote from John C. Maxwell. And he says, change is inevitable, growth is optional. Why did I use this such message? It's because throughout we know that we transition from a pre-pandemic phase and now we are here in the pandemic phase, and technically everything has changed. The way we live, the way we talk, the way we communicate, even how we conduct researches. It follows the way our lives has been executed and the way we manage our lives. Now we are talking here about research, and also as part of the academic research too is dynamic. First thing is that throughout, according to Hollander, 2019, the hospitality industry in a brief glimpse started on a pioneering principle of luxury in service, wherein of the Western countries, they engage in hotels, in travels, in luxuries. And then on the deeper note, it progresses into a market segment. The hospitality industry acknowledges the market segment by which it further divides its clientele to have a more good market penetration and understanding according to the social graphic, behavioral aspect, psychographic, even the ecogeographic location of each participant, what they need, what they want, what is necessary for them. Also, on the last phase, according to Hollander of 1995 to early 2000, the hospitality industry engaged in digitalization upon the introduction of the computers, the internet, and the different electronic devices by which enable the hospitality practitioner as well as its customer to engage in a digital platform. However, at the onset of 2019, especially in the last quarter of 2019, COVID pandemic hit us. Actually, around the globe, sparing no one. It questions the health systems, challenges the government, even the economic system. So when we talk of economic system now, it is now a pioneering question. Are the industries also affected? The people are affected. So as an economist, it is a prerogative that we need to see this part. And we cannot deny that hospitality industry is one of the most hard hit industry that the pandemic spared. Did not spared rather. Restaurants have closed, hotels were closed, even the tourism declined, totally declined on the tourism traffic. So it's just recently, since the restrictions have been somehow being eased, that the tourism sector or the hospitality industry somehow barely breathe. But it's not the same situation as before when it was in the pre-pandemic period. And now the question that poses here as an evidence, I have here, this come from the Asian Development Bank report of the international tourist arrivals in Asia and the Pacific. We can notably see here the drastic change, especially in 2020, wherein on the last quarter of 2019, the tourism traffic or the international tourist arrival really dropped, and the Philippines has experienced this as in a hard time. Now, with this situation, it is now a question. Us in the hospitality industry should have a curious mind. Why did we come to this? What is our current situation? And how can we get out of this situation? So those basic questions will enable us to have a concept in mind and craft an idea or a merely even a soft question that would lead to research. Um, in my opinion, the first priority thing when we conduct research is that it should be your interest. Because when it is your interest, your heart and your soul will be put in it. It seems that you are not doing research when you like what you're doing. And of course, the learnings that you're going to get, the experiences that you're going to encounter in the learning will be told into your development as a person. You know what? I personally believe that research is not just a discipline, but rather an entity by which you as a person also develops. And I believe so. We have here graduate students taking up masters, taking up also their PhD, and somehow at the point of where you conduct research, your soft skills also improve. So research for me, in my opinion, is an holistic activity that would improve you as an individual, of course, as the end goal of the research to contribute in your respective communities, just like what Dr. Kanam has mentioned on her previous talk. Now, so technically, research as identified by Cruz is a systematic approach in understanding, exploring, inquiring, as well as in innovating and relearning. We have here relearning because in hospitality industry there are some theories, there are some terminologies that really updates, and there are some information that really tends to become obsolete, and we need to become open, and we need to unlearn things in order to learn things and to relearn things again, because just like other disciplines, hospitality industry is a dynamic industry and a dynamic discipline as it is. So when it comes to research, qualitative research, such as phenomenology, case study, you have ethnography on its end, the quantitative research by which it uses numbers, and mixed method, which uses both of this one. To have a glimpse or to have a somehow a very brief summary, let me just run through with this. First thing is when we have qualitative research methods, one of them is the ethnographic, by which we tend to understand that a group, an ethnic group, or a group that has the same or shares culture, which is very important in hospitality industry. Because when we try to understand culture as a factor of having a plan or a program in a particular locale or a particular community, then it must be considered grounded theory, as well as action research, phenomenological research, which talks about the lived experiences of the participants, a narrative researcher, also known as the historical research. And and another one for qualitative research that should be included here is a case study type, wherein you personally will be immersed on that particular locale in a situation wherein you tend to use your observation um, approaches and documentation by which you can provide reports at the end of the day. Considerably, we have quantitative research. We have the descriptive survey design, which we tend to describe our participants. Correlational research or correlation research, by which we tend to analyze the relationship between the compared or among within variables. We have causal comparative research, by which we tend to compare the effect of a certain variable to another. And of course, the experimental research, this is usually used in the hard sciences or in the life sciences or in the laboratory sciences. Also in engineering, they use experimental research. But as far as the hospitality research, hospitality and tourism researches are concerned, we focus more on the three: the descriptive survey, the correlational, and the causal comparative. I would just like to take note to have this disclaimer. It's because when I review research papers, when I try to somehow solicit talks, people tend, especially when they do qualitative research, oh, my paper is just qualitative compared to a quantitative one. It does not make your research less. Okay. I want you to have that idea. Qualitative is not less of importance or less of a caliber to quantitative, and quantitative is not lesser or greater than this. Actually, that's why the view of the mixed method is there, uh, because qualitative and quantitative can be used together, because they are somehow a point by which they can be utilized together to come up with a particular results. And also, dear researchers, this methodologies or approaches is solely based on your statement of the problem or objective. Considerably, when we talk of publication as the end goal, don't be afraid. There are specific journals that caters qualitative approaches. There are journals that caters quantitative and mixed approaches. And do not be afraid of rejection. Okay. When you try to publish papers with this different methodologies that we are exploring or research designs rather, don't be afraid. There are appropriate journals by which you could acknowledgely recognize that your paper will be cited and will be useful or will be utilized by other researchers. Considerably, since we have this kind of scenario now, there is the pandemic, there are challenges, especially, or here are the things that might trigger your curiosity. We have here the tourism market dynamics in a pandemic scenario. How does each individual characters in tourism move now at the pandemic phase? There are many things that could be studied. Is still the theory of psychographics applicable in the pandemic scenario? Are the strategies of the previous tourism market still applicable? How does the dynamism of each characters changed or where it is going or the trend? And those are things that could be taken into account if you really want to study. Next is the pandemic effect by the segment market. For us to think about things that may affect or influence a certain variable. And this we will take into account how does this pandemic affect each market segment or the clienteles of the hospitality industry. For the end goal that maybe we could recommend something, we could strategize something, or in management we could craft something that could somehow accommodate the situation where in a certain particular enterprise or organization in the particular industry is. Also, maybe students may look upon the mega trends shift analysis of hospitality industry. It includes culture, it includes supply chain, it could include the logistics phases. The main three that I have mentioned could be utilized by qualitative or quantitative or even a mixed approach in the high impact journals. As far as my point of view or my experience is concerned, um, they prioritize mixed approaches. Most of them, it's rarely that nowadays they focus on one methodologies or approach, especially if you want to have it in the Scopus journals. But what important is how truthful, how scientific, and how rigorous your method is. It's just that the trend nowadays is gearing towards the mixed approaches. Next, students also may tend to have a focus on policy, constraint studies, and intervention strategies for the hospitality industry. Um, Actually, the policy suggestions or policy strategies as an output of a research is highly encouraged nowadays because it will aid not only the government but the community in setting up a trajectory for a rebound strategy. Um, your research to be utilized more in the community and to have a real impact, not just on the number of citation, not just on the publication, but creating an environment that would have really an impact to the society. Because that's the end goal of research. I mean, that's the ultimate goal of research to change something, to make our lives easier. And that is the thing that I believe so in the hospitality um, aspect should be addressed. Also, we could look upon divisions of the environment, especially in tourism and hospitality. We may look upon the COVID-19 as a status quo scenario. And then let's analyze it to the macro environment and the micro environment. When we talk of the macro environment, let's have a multidisciplinary approaches, a theory from economics, a theory for the social movements, for the pricing, and also for the government support, safety nets, or aids. And these are the things that could interplay or have a variable that could be studied upon by the students, especially in graduate schools. This aiding this into strategy or intervention approaches would be really a good point or a good standing when we craft our researches. Also, we could look upon the microenvironment aspect, the consumer behavior. How do they decide? What are the purchasing intentions? How do they decide on what to become loyal, and what product would it be? What product would be considered on a priority basis for a patterns? Then it's for the microenvironment by which we could undertake. And usually, for the macro environment, we tend to have an output for a policy based or strategies or intervention. For a micro environment, usually this is in local for a particular enterprises or organization or a hotel. Usually, it uses a methodologies that would adapt or conform to the need, to the situation, to the specificity of that particular enterprise or an entity in the hospitality industry. Moving forward, let's talk about some more for the innovations in hospitality, marketing, and management. So, kanina ko, it's just that I'm talking for the pandemic, the things that had changed throughout. The hospitality industry has really great accepted e-commerce as one of its great platform to stay alive in the pandemic era. When we talk of e-commerce, it is a phase where it utilizes technology, it utilizes electronic devices, the means of virtual communications upon clients and upon enterprises. They engage in analytics of e-payments, of services, the websites that needs to be addressed, especially when clients would like to choose social marketing, branding, and as well as online customer management. Yes, it exists. Even though there's no face-to-face relationship with the customer, uh, online customer management plays an important role, especially when it comes to business sustainability and growth as well. And this is not just the case here in the Philippines, but also it's happening around the globe. Fact, some of the Western countries initiated this, and then we learn to adapt because of the current situation that we have. And that is the thing that might our researchers consider. How does e-commerce improve the processes? How does the e-commerce influences the different dimensions in hospitality industry? What are the best practices or benchmark certain processes? Does this situation the same with every subfield of hospitality industry? And those are the things that, in my point, is somehow a question that may spur research questions that would aid you in identifying research. Considerably, the trend now, aside from the e-commerce, is resiliency. Resiliency in terms of identification of risk management and crisis management strategies. It is very important nowadays to craft researches that would make an industry sustainable and continuum, irregardless of the market scenario or the economic scenario. It's an opportunity for the hospitality industry to explore right now and use the situation to have risk management or crisis management strategies and undertakings, to have a somehow pandemic proof environment that one come at a time, this will happen again, the impact would not be severe. So that is the purpose of research. Also noting the dimensions by which now the hospitality industry works, especially in marketing and management. The bottom most part there is management. How a certain organization or how the government or how the industry manage the entities there, from the enterprises, from the people, to the staff, to the policies, to the support services, as well as networks and collaborations. And then this is followed by infrastructure. Now, what are we talking here about infrastructure? This is a technological infrastructure that may support the common business enterprises, the messaging and information distribution infrastructure, the provision of multimedia content and network, the network infrastructure, and the interfacing infrastructure. And then this would provide them to have a concrete support services. And then these support services should be notably work hand by hand, or or an approach that would together link e-commerce into the hospitality industry paradigm, that is securing people, buyers and sellers, intermediaries have an activity that would not delimit them to participate or engage in businesses. Next is the government should provide a good public policy interventions, the taxes, the legal privacy issues, the regulations, as well as the technical standards on how the hospitality industry would work on the current scenario. The marketing and advertisement. Here, the trend now is that they use market research in understanding customer environments and as well as what we call the market niche, because different dimensions of services in hospitality industry now in the pandemic scenario is changing. Next is the support services, not just the enterprises itself, the marketing approach, the marketing designs, as well as the different factors that may influence the business internally. The support services would also engage in the provision of goods logistics. The payment mechanism of the enterprises to the government should have an ease access, and as well as a provision and opportunity for these enterprises and the government to have a good security system and development. And then also, as part of the industry, um, the so the Sustainable Development Program talks about the different dimensions by which we can improve as a nation globally. So the business partnership actually is anchored in the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which is to have a good inclusive economic growth. And this is one of pathway strategy, the implementation of affiliations of programs, the joint ventures, the exchanges, as well as the e-marketplace and consortia is now being observed. That's why sometimes there are bundle services now, and the bundle services in hospitality industry is not new. It is being used way back. And this, since this is not new for the hospitality industry, this is easy peasy task for them. And then when these are completed, and then thereby a smooth flow of e-commerce adoption for the enterprises or the participants in the hospitality industry can be felt. And this is the paradigm that we are experiencing now. And this paradigm could give us a pathway or an opportunity to inquire, why is that management first before infrastructure, and what in infrastructure, how these variables would really influence services, and why do people, public policy, marketing, advertisement, support services, and business partnerships necessary for a good e-commerce approach of hospitality industry. And these are the things that might we consider in pursuing or undertaking a study. What what's important is the things that you do is the things that you like. It's because when you um, have to write something, you're gonna put your soul in it. Maybe I could share with you my personal experience on how did I finish my dissertation. Um, First, you really need to put your heart. You're going to choose a good topic that you like the most and choose a very good and competitive research supervisors that would help you to further understand the things that you like. You are in a very good university, especially here in the Philippine Women's University. And I believe so that there are many dimensions and support that the university provides for their students, both in the undergrad and in the graduate school level. And these are the things that you would take in hand. Do not afraid to write. Yourself is your only limitation. And of course, the end goal of here is for you to grow and to contribute to your community. It's not just at the end of the day to comply at a certain degree, but what they call this a legacy that you would leave when it comes to research. Now, pointing back, again a question. What is the title that I would like the most to study? What is the title that I would like to write? Is my interest on it? Should I put my heart and soul on it? Can I consider time element? Can I consider my own capabilities and my skills? And also, am I willing to do it on a target? So some of those questions can be answered, not just on the idea itself, but also on the other side of you as the one who's doing the research. And at the end of the day, we're going to ask again, change is inevitable and growth is optional. And I hope everyone here would all choose to grow. Thank you very much for this opportunity to all the viewers there in Facebook Live, here in the platform. Thank you for this opportunity of giving me or sharing me my concept and ideas, not just identifying research in per se in general, but also as a researcher that is doing the research. For me, it's the missing link. We have a good topics here in the Philippines. We have a good idea. We have a good concept. The matter is the system of delivery and your vindication as a researcher. With this, thank you very much, Philippine Women University, for this opportunity. God bless everyone.
Again, change is inevitable, growth is optional, and we do really need to adopt. Hospitality industry never fails making people happy every day. Also, this kind of online conference does really help our future and fellow industry practitioner. And it's kind of getting me excited to do my own research after this webinar. And we all know that doing research is not really that easy walk in the park on Sunday kind of thing, but this really hones you to be better in what you do. So in line with this, we are forever grateful for sharing your time, Mr. Tadeo. It is truly an inspiring and full of learning presentation, and do what you really are passionate about. And to award the plaque of recognition to our second keynote speaker for taking part in this very significant international virtual research conference, may we invite again our cluster dean and professor, Dean Eframuel Abeliana, overall conference chairperson, Mr. Lito Bajado Jr., and conference chairperson, Mr. John Michael Timosa.
Thank you very much, Katrina. Director Thaddeus, thank you so much, sir. Dito, please read the citation, please. Thank you.
Sure, Dean. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management, Manila, Philippines, presents this plaque of appreciation to Mr. Jericho B. Tadeo for sharing his time and expertise as a keynote speaker during the second Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management International Virtual Research Conference with the theme Cresting 2.0, Research Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience among Discipline in the Tourism and Hospitality Industry. Given this 18th day of June 2022 at the Philippine Women's University Taft Avenue, Manila, Philippines, signed by Dr. Efraimwell Jose Abellana, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Mr. Lito Bahada Jr., yours truly, the conference chairperson, and Mr. John Michael Timosa, conference chairperson. Thank you, Sir Jericho Tadeo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, PWE.
All right. Now may we request a photo opportunity with the speaker and the committee as a remembrance of today's event. And lastly, Mr. Tadeo, your closing message for everyone who's watching and for us also, future researchers.
Maybe the thing that I could share with you is do not afraid to write. Your own self is your own limit, and we could explore the world through research. And it's okay to be crazy with research, because at the end goal of this one is for our own development and for the development of our community. God bless everyone, to the persons in the platform, and to the present individuals watching globally, and the people who are watching in Facebook Live. Thank you very much. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tadeo. Mabuhay also. And moving forward for our AM session syntheses, let me call on our conference chairperson, Mr. John Michael Timosa.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kat. And for our AM synthesis, we have meaningful messages from Mr. Lito Bahado Jr., Dr. Felina Young, Dean Efraimwell Abellana, who gave their heartwarming message to encourage us to continue with our dreams, especially in the tourism and hospitality industry, with the help of research in our lives. From our first keynote speaker, we have Dr. Tanam Subramaniam. With the title Future of Tourism and Hospitality Research, the speaker talks about the future topics of tourism research in sustainable tourism, technology tourism using the latest technology, experiential tourism, your own experience in your travels, innovation or AI robot, personalization tourism, travel and personal medical tourism, going to other places for medical journey they offer, alternative tourism, determining the best way not to over tourism, the location, safety, and security tourism, our own data and well-being. Big data in tourism and wellness tourism is a proactive way of getting our health benefits from authentic experiences. And lastly, research about the approach we can use for the study that we published. And from our second keynote speaker, we have Mr. Jericho Tadeo with the research title, Research and Innovation in Hospitality Marketing and Management. The hospitality industry grows from luxury, service, market segment, and digitalization, but with the impact of COVID-19, it halted all aspects, especially our very own industry. He also talks about the ideal ingredients that we can use to make a good research study. Research is a holistic approach for our improvement to ourselves, and using qualitative research method, quantitative research method, and mixed method for both. And also, Mr. Tadeo also cited an inspiring quote for us to remember that change is inevitable, growth is optional. Our research study would be a legacy that we will leave behind, share to the community and to ourselves. We hope everyone will join us again to our afternoon session. We still have a lot more speakers that would give us more insight and learnings in the field of tourism and hospitality. Thank you, and back to you, Ms. Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Timosa. And that ends our morning's very engaging, rich, filled with information and very informative keynote messages and inspirations from our stellar and sought after speakers. So we want to thank everyone for joining us this morning and partaking in this very important event. We'll have a short break and we will come back for our afternoon session for our plenary speakers. But before we go, we would like to thank the following people and companies for helping us make this second International Virtual Research Conference a possibility. For our premium package, we have Tourism's Promotions Board Philippines, a corporate body attached to the Philippine Department of Tourism. We also have Mr. Salvador Garcia Hife. Speaking of tourism and hospitality, there is a person who is very passionate about our industry. You may follow him on all of his social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn as he discusses and discovers more about hospitality and tourism. We also have a Miss Susana Santo Domingo of Wilkin Industrial Services, located at Barangay San Isidro, Parañaque City, with their services offered kitchen exhaust cleaning and hauling and disposal. For our gold package, we have Miss Darlene Di Maisip of MQ Kitchen, Maine. You may like their Facebook and Instagram page at mqkitchen.maine. With their tagline, may bagoong ng pag-uusapan, MQ lang ang sakalam. And we have a Miss Darnie Javier of Avare Marketing Group Incorporated. You may check their Facebook page at AvareMe with their tagline, changing lives one family at a time. We also have a Miss Clarissa Perez of Blue Droplets Onshore Water Refilling Station with their tagline, we value your health. Ms. Almarie Joy Umban Balaman of RDL Pharmaceuticals Lab Incorporated, beauty and skincare business. And lastly, for our gold package, we have Edric Publishing House, the #1 publishing house for tourism and hospitality books. For our silver package, we also have 25th and Company Cakes and Pastries, owned by Mr. John David Verano, located at Cobangbang Daet, Camarines Norte. We also have International Marketing Group, Ms. Rosemary Ocampo, the Chief Executive Officer. International Marketing Group, also Ms. Leia Verano, Senior Marketing Director. We have Ms. Rosalina Amora of BV Travel PH Ticketing Services, owned by Ms. Rosalina Amora, located at Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Their service that they're actually offering are domestic and international airline ticketing and passenger vessel ticket. We have Miss Agnes Guanco. We also have Cuenca Distribution, owned by Alexis Cuenca, located at 13 Martires City, Cavite, Q Asia's Quality Excellence Awardee. We also have Big Brew Milk Tea, owned by Miss Jeline Samudio, located at Vincent's Camarines Norte. We also have Nanay's Cecilia's Food and Franchising Business, owned by James Salenga. Different products they are currently offering: gourmet tuyo, impure olive oil, boneless tawilis, and steamed rice. And they have Tok Tok. For contact information, you may check the 0936 505 5701. We also have Jenny's Gift Shop, owned by Miss Miraflor Milan, located at Oroquieta City, Misamis Occidental, and they have their personalized gifts, souvenirs, cakes, and pastries for all occasions. We also have MS Welding Shop, owned by Miss Maria Teresa Soria, located at Mercedes, Camarines Norte. And lastly, we have Food Project, owned by Chef Nino Lugarta. You may check their Facebook page at Nino Lugarta and Instagram page at Chef Nino Lugarta Project Food. And lastly, for our bronze package, we have a Mr. Elaine John Baclayo, owner of Relaxing Staycation at Gilmore Tower, located in Gilmore Avenue, Quezon City. We still have a Miss Natalie Barin and Mr. Paul Xavier Morales. This international research conference event wouldn't be possible without your help too. For now, we will be having our sponsor break. We still have 3 more international speakers this afternoon. Angelo and I would like to thank everyone for being with us this morning sessions. Be sure to be back and join the conference link before 11 a.m. for the continuation of the program and to get your certificates. Have a virtual and wonderful launch.
Let's wander Baguio's flourishing art scene. Right in the middle of the mountains sits a haven for local artists and craftsmen. Baguio is also home to national artist Benedicto Cabrera, widely hailed as a master of Philippine contemporary art. Here, the art is just as amazing as the view. Go on another cultural trip that will inspire you. Let's wander Baguio's evergreen parks. Baguio's high altitude makes it the ideal habitat for the starling. Plus a rich and varied flora. Go park hopping all you want. One thing's for sure, the views are always breathtaking. Hop on to your next virtual tour. Let's wander on Boracay's iconic paraos. These wind-powered vessels get rockstar parking. There where you can find the very best views of the island. And have that perfect end to your day in Boracay. Sail off to your next virtual tour. Let's wander Boracay's waters. What a view! There's lots to do, like soar up in the air and get a bird's eye view of the sea. It's not for everyone, but it's definitely unforgettable. Enjoy waves of endless fun in Boracay. Find more unforgettable adventures in your next virtual tour.
We are a united community.
We may not be blood related,
but we Patriots are one big family.
Being part of the PWU community strengthens us.
Through the years, we support each other through good times and bad times.
We Patriots always have each other's back.
It's a big honor to be part of a community that is open to the ideas of each other.
It drives us to excel and be the best version of ourselves.
That's the standard of excellence that we Patriots strive for.
I'm thankful that this community lets us be who we want to be.
We thrive because we accept each other for who we are.
And like a family, we treat each other equally.
Actually, PWU gave us a home and helped us to be a patriot in society.
We may have different individual drums and instruments,
but we march to the same beat together as one united community.
Do you want to march with our community of patriots?
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
Let's wander Baguio's flourishing art scene. Right in the middle of the mountains sits a haven for local artists and craftsmen. Baguio is also home to national artist Benedicto Cabrera, widely hailed as a master of Philippine contemporary art. Here, the art is just as amazing as the view. Go on another cultural trip that will inspire you. Let's wander Baguio's evergreen parks. Baguio's high altitude makes it the ideal habitat for the starling. Plus a rich and varied flora. Go park hopping all you want. One thing's for sure, the views are always breathtaking. Hop on to your next virtual tour. Let's wander on Boracay's iconic paraos. These wind-powered vessels get rockstar parking. There where you can find the very best views of the island. And have that perfect end to your day in Boracay. Sail off to your next virtual tour. Let's wander Boracay's waters. What a view! There's lots to do, like soar up in the air and get a bird's eye view of the sea. It's not for everyone, but it's definitely unforgettable. Enjoy waves of endless fun in Boracay. Find more unforgettable adventures in your next virtual tour.
Compared to other schools, I could say that Philippine Women's has a lot of advantage. I've been to one of the Ivy League universities before, and the tuition fee is quite a lot compared here to this school. So for Philippine Women's, it comes in 3 semesters. The tuition fee is not that expensive, faster time, and we could still learn a lot. One of the reasons why I chose this school is mainly because of the location. It's super accessible.
I did choose BW University because of the way they approached me from the beginning, starting from the door guard, ending with the school dean interview. Everyone was friendly. They helped me to fit in from the first moment. They answered all my questions in a manner that I understand and in a perspective that I can relate to. Everyone was very friendly. I fit in from the first time.
We, as the student, we feel comfortable with the friendly environment. That helps us not just to enjoy the way of education we had here, but also to learn more, innovate more, and grow more as a student.
In here, I can make more motivation with many other activity in school because in here many activity. The second is no stress because I can confident, comfortable in this school. So I think Philippine Women University is my good choice.
student days here was it was a very refreshing, at the same time a learning experience for me, because PWU made me a very well-rounded person. Aside from the academics, I am very much active in extracurricular activities. Life here, it's different because we're not confined within the department. I learned how to interact with different students in different departments, like for example in the HRM department, in the Fine Arts department. We don't have any barriers here. We are like a family here in this institution. That's what PWU is different from different schools. I hope that the students would enroll here because they will learn things that they would use in the future as they go outside in the real world, and they would use it to improve themselves more and to be successful in their chosen career in the future. I am Mary Antoinette Salgado, a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Accountancy here in Philippine Women's University.
The Philippine Women's University was founded in 1919 by 7 forward-looking Filipinas who envisioned education as a means of uplifting the status of women. Since the 1970s, PWU has been co-educational, and today's campus, located in the heart of Manila, is dynamic and diverse.
The reason I choose Philippine Women University is I can easily enroll with the test, and the semester in here, 1 year have 3 semesters with 1 summer semester, so I can graduate soon. The second is no stress because I can confident, comfortable in this school. So I think Philippine Women University is my good choice.
Everyone was friendly. They helped me to fit in from the first moment. They answer all my questions in a manner that I understand and in a perspective that I can relate to.
PWU has pioneered in innovative research and produced thousands of graduates who are recognized as leaders in their respective fields. PWU's College of Music and Arts was founded in 1947 and is today recognized as a Center of Excellence by the Philippines Commission on Higher Education for the quality of its research and the excellence in its teaching methods. Philippine Women's University's School of Music proudly carries on its excellent tradition in research, performance, and music education.
I promise to be kind, to be fair, just. I promise to be forgiving. Nanay, I promise to be a good citizen of this country and to be a good child of God. I promise to take good care of you with all my love and might. And yes, I promise to take good care of myself so I can take good care of others. On this most important day of my life, my graduation day from our beloved Philippine Women's University, my heart overflows with joy. I thank God for Nanay. I thank God that despite dementia, she has not forgotten the name of her son. She knows deep in her heart and in her soul that something else was meant to be. Your words still ring like the church bells of our town, sonorous, powerful, sacred. My son, you're my winner. And for now and always, this is all that matters.
Communication arts allows you to dip your feet into anything. You will never feel limited, and you will never feel boxed in.
Taking up communication arts made me realize I can be at places I didn't imagine. Eventually, along the process, na-discover ko pala na I can do more. I am more than my dreams.
And so being a comm arts major gives me confidence that wherever I am, I can speak my mind in any situation and communicate with ease with others.
Most importantly, communication arts students have the opportunity to understand communication in a wide variety of contexts. We have the power to influence and educate others for the better.
Philippine Women's University allowed me to explore far beyond my expectation. Whether you are just building your networks or just exploring who or where you want to be, PWU will not just give you papers, exams, curriculums, but you will learn by experience.
PWU was founded in June of 1919. They wanted to give Filipinas a better opportunity, a better education so that they could play a more active role in society, but at the same time still being the heart and the foundation of the family unit.
It has produced a roster of alumni who have achieved in their respective field of specialization.
Professors, administrators, and even students are treating each other just like family.
When COVID-19 hit, Metro Manila was declared to be under lockdown.
There was an announcement that there will be online classes and we cannot go back to the classroom.
Can we manage handling classes with this new setup?
Kung mawawalan po ako ng internet, how would I continue my education?
Connectivity and availability of suitable devices was a big issue. So we tried to address that by partnering with Globe. The representatives showed us the capability and the features of the G Suite Enterprise for Education. We decided that this was something that we needed. So the university had shifted to G Suite for Education because of its affordability. And as we continue to evaluate and get feedback, that is when the decision to upgrade to G Suite Enterprise for Education, which was more robust.
They make applications and softwares that are free and accessible to all students.
G Suite offers variety of tools that made it easier for me to think of more creative ways to deliver the instruction.
Faculty members are happy because students are participative, and of course they are not stressed in using Google Classroom because it's really very simple.
Google Docs is really helpful for us students. They have the feature of being able to change or edit or revision directly.
The Google Jamboard sits like an interactive whiteboard which replaces the whiteboard that I use in a regular classroom.
Google provided us a good platform wherein we can mimic the actual experience of our student in campus. We'll be able to deliver what's necessary for our students.
We intend to still continue using virtual learning even after the pandemic.
The technology allows PWU not only to survive, but also to adapt and to thrive in terms of addressing the needs and the wants of the new generation.
With PWU's quality education and with the great help of Google and Globe, the integration of both would result to a great future.
Google Enterprise for Education makes PWU future ready because it allows us to deliver education to all of our students regardless of where they are. It will allow PWU to be more resilient, to be less disrupted in terms of delivery of education, of continuity of operations and systems with the help of Google Enterprise for Education.
trustees of the Philippine Women's University, I am presenting to the public the 10th President of the University, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez.
As the chairperson of the Philippine Women's University Board of Trustees, I hereby pass on the scroll where the PW legacy is inscribed, a legacy of service to God, country, and home.
We gather here today to install PW's 10th president at the same time that we close the university's centennial year and renew our journey to the next 100 years. Therefore, let us build on the legacy of our founders and predecessors, and let us pave the way for the next generation of learners as PW stays true to its mission for the next 100 years. Thank you and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
I'm Kenneth Castillo, currently taking Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, major in Marketing Management, team captain of the PW men's futsal team, and here's my PW story. Way back in 2016, when I was looking for a university to enroll to, my friends, who are now my teammates, invited me to a futsal tryout in their school. After that, luckily I've been picked by the coach as one of the prizes in the said tryout. Starting my college career as a student athlete, that was really tough. As an athlete, we need to balance our training time and class schedule, and I had a hard time coping with that situation. But with the help and guidance of my coach, I learned how to deal with it. On my first year of playing in PWU, we won the 14th MNCAA Futsal Champion title, which is our major league, and we also won first place on the 3rd GMP Intercollegiate Futsal Tournament at the same year. The following year, we were the first placer in the 15th MNCAA Futsal League, and we were the champion on the 4th Intercollegiate Futsal Tournament. After that season, our team was preparing for the ISAA League, and the 16th MNCAA League was ongoing. But the games were postponed due to pandemic. This pandemic gave us a harder life, and it challenged our lives. For us as a student athlete, the pandemic doubled our hardships and struggles as compared to our normal lives, because all activities, including trainings, has to be done online. It is really hard to cope up with online training sessions due to financial problems, internet connection, and signal problems, adjusted daily routines, and lack of space to do our training since our sports is being played in a wide place. Despite of those hardships and struggles, it cannot stop us to do our responsibilities, and it cannot stop us from dreaming. Every week, we are following a training program provided by our coach. I am very blessed and thankful because even though there is a pandemic, PWU give us an opportunity to have scholarship even though there will be no tournaments for this academic year. Even there is a pandemic or not, it should not stop us from doing our responsibilities as an individual, especially from dreaming. Do not ever forget to pray to God because He guides and He provides.
Good day, my name is Jana Micaela S. Rosas. I live in Parañaque City and here's my PWU story. Ever since I was young, my dream is to be a student athlete, to fulfill my dreams, to do what makes me happy, which is basketball, and to support my studies and not be a burden to my family. After I graduated from senior high, I started to train every day because I want to try out at different universities. And I am blessed because I have a friend, his name is Kim, and he knows a varsity player in PWU. So I tried out there, and then I was fortunate enough to be welcomed into the Philippine Women's University. At first, I doubted myself if I can do my studies and being an athlete at the same time, but I still took the risk because I knew I was happy with what I was doing, so I can handle everything. And I know God is always by my side. He will not forsake me. Being a student athlete is very challenging, but being a student athlete at PWU requires discipline, time management, commitment, mental sharpness, obligation, teamwork, and a lot of pride in representing the university. My student athlete experience in PWU has helped me shape the strong and independent woman I am today. And I am very thankful to my teammates and coaches who guided and helped me. To Coach Vic, you have taught us sportsmanship, fair play, and many values that we will need throughout life. And of course, I thank PWU for my education. You are full of so many opportunities. You made me a good student and a strong leader. Thank you for trusting me to represent Philippine Women's University. I'm second year, taking Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, and I'm the captain ball of the women's basketball team.
PWU Music Education provided a big boost to my teaching arsenal, as it opened up a big opportunity to render my services to teach Philippine and Asian music cultures in an exclusive institution for future women leaders. My experiences allowed me to become a reflective teacher, providing what is essential, showing how certain instruments are ought to be played, raising awareness to the state and condition of indigenous groups in the Philippines, and allow students growth through experiential and collaborative learning.
Music can never be like a loose rope when we teach it. It has to be very tight with information to help understand the reasons why we should study this, like any other subjects. We cannot just say, listen to it, but rather lead them to comprehend on the hows and whys of every music there is, to make it more meaningful and connecting. That is what I gained in my degree. Music education brought us to teach every young artists that the root is where we should always begin, to bridge the ends of knowledge and passion. And it is in the beauty of arranging those tones into a beautiful melody and a story that would then plunge into every part of your soul. Because yes, music, albeit a creation of the mind, is still and always from the heart to your heart. This is Aubrey Benvenida, Bachelor of Music, major in Music Education, batch 2019, PWU School of Music.
Let's wander Baguio's flourishing art scene. Right in the middle of the mountains sits a haven for local artists and craftsmen. Baguio is also home to national artist Benedicto Cabrera, widely hailed as a master of Philippine contemporary art. Here, the art is just as amazing as the view. Go on another cultural trip that will inspire you. Let's wander Baguio's evergreen parks. Baguio's high altitude makes it the ideal habitat for the starling, plus a rich and varied flora. Go park hopping all you want. One thing's for sure, the views are always breathtaking. Hop on to your next virtual tour. Let's wander on Boracay's iconic paraos. These wind-powered vessels get rockstar parking. There where you can find the very best views of the island. And have that perfect end to your day in Boracay. Sail off to your next virtual tour. Let's wander Boracay's waters. What a view! There's lots to do, like soar up in the air and get a bird's eye view of the sea. It's not for everyone, but it's definitely unforgettable. Enjoy waves of endless fun in Boracay. Find more unforgettable adventures in your next virtual tour. Let's wander Bukidnon. Welcome to Sincona Forest Reserve. This ASEAN Heritage Park is the only place in the country where Sincona trees are raised for malaria medicine. Ride along its peaceful and scenic trails. Or from the sky! Woohoo! Hope you're not afraid of heights. Soar into your most spectacular adventure, or have a new one in the next virtual tour. Let's wander Camiguin. Starting off with the famous White Island, a 1.4-kilometer stretch of powdery fine sand. Then to the marine sanctuary of Mantigue Island, one of the best diving spots in the country, known for its rich biodiversity. Cap off your adventure with the majestic Katibawasan Falls. Come again to Camiguin or go on a new virtual adventure. Let's wander the islands of Coron, Palawan. Take a ride through the jagged limestone cliffs that date back to the Jurassic era. Look at that water! Hop around breathtaking island landscapes you'd only see on screensavers. Or visit the island towns that carry a wealth of local history. There isn't a corner of Coron that doesn't take your breath away. But hold your breath for your next virtual tour. Let's wander El Nido, Palawan. Known for its extraordinary natural splendor, coral reefs, and aquamarine waters. It is regularly ranked as one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. The kind of place where you'd want to live on the water. And you actually can. There's no paradise quite like El Nido in the whole world. Find another Philippine paradise in your next virtual tour.
Let's wander Manila. Hungry? You came to the right place. Local food crawls offer a taste of the world. quick, delicious, no fuss food. Just take your pick. There's something here for everyone in the city that loves to eat. Find your next delicious adventure. Let's wander the walled city of Manila. To enter, just pass under the eyes of St. James. You'll find a lot of plazas here and converted structures. Stories in every corner, sacred and historic. Many come for the history, but stay for the pockets of peace you'll find inside Manila's walls. Find your next adventure. Let's wander Cebu, home of the famous lechon. Pigs are roasted for 3 to 7 hours, flavored with secret spices. Thanks, Kuya. Just don't forget the extra rice. After eating, go for a nice walk where blooms await you all year round. Wake your senses in awesome Cebu, or find your next adventure. Let's wander Cebu. With so many activities, it's easy to get caught up in a rush. Just hop on and dive into new experiences. Cebu has the largest oceanarium in the country, where you can learn about marine life without getting your feet wet. Ride the waves in beautiful Cebu, or go on another adventure now. Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows here in Ilocos. Or take another trip somewhere else.
Let's wander the roads of Ilocos Norte. The picture-perfect place for a scenic drive where the mountains meet the sea. Drive on up to one of the last Spanish colonial lighthouses of its kind. Enjoy the ride in Ilocos Norte. Or take another trip somewhere else.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Wow! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union or in the next virtual adventure.
Let's wander Pampanga's culinary scene. Known as the country's culinary capital, Pampanga is a regular stopover for foodies, where culture and cuisine combine into the unique fusion of flavors of vibrant Kapampangan dishes. You can fill up on the colors alone. There's so much to sample, especially when you're in a foodie hotspot like Pampanga. Find more Filipino flavors in your next virtual tour.
So we also have Dr. Manfred already.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are back for the afternoon session of today's School of Hospitality Management International Research Conference Event 2022. With the team Cresting 2.0 Research Convergence. innovation, and resilience among discipline in the tourism and hospitality industry here at the Philippine Women's University, organized by a Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management student. This blissful Saturday, June 18, 2022, is a great opportunity, indeed, and a huge learning experience for everyone to listen to our stellar keynote and panel speakers from the tourism and hospitality industries and from the field of education in one special event. How are you, partner?
I'm very well, okay, and excited, and I'm very much very happy to welcome everyone back. I hope you had a great lunch and are ready to listen again. Moving forward, this afternoon, or rather say morning, we have invited 3 distinguished plenary speakers from different countries, and I can't wait to meet all of them. And without further ado, let me call on our cluster dean and professor, Dr. Eframuel Jose Abellana, to present our first plenary speakers for this morning's session.
Thank you very much, Katrina and Angelo. I'm very honored to introduce to you all our first plenary speaker, Dr. Thomas A. Meyer, PhD. He earned his Associate of Arts in Restaurant Management at Morrisville College. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Hotel and Tourist Enterprises from the Rochester Institute of Technology. He earned his Master of Arts in Human Development from Salve Regina University. And in 2008, his PhD at the Gonzaga University with his specialization on leadership development. In 2015, he earned his certificate from Harvard University Graduate School of Education Pedagogical Thinking Routines. Dr. Meyer, at 2014, University of San Francisco School of Management. He was an assistant professor at DePaul University School of Hospitality, Leadership, DePaul College of Business. In 2010, a visiting professor of Service, Leadership, and Innovation International Programs in Dubai, Kosovo, Dominican Republic, Lima, Peru, Rochester Institute of Technology in New York, USA. He was an adjunct professor of leadership studies at Gonzaga University and Washington State University School of Hospitality Business Management. Dr. Meyer's teaching in pedagogy centered on experiential-based learning and semi-structured classroom-based thinking routines. Current teaching assignments include food service, culinary arts, entrepreneurship, revenue optimization, beverage management, convention, exhibition, and event management, consulting services of MBA, certified quality, matters, hybrid course design and delivery. In teaching, Dr. Myers created an experiential learning framework and practice area quality control initiatives, feedback, looping assessment mechanisms for structured learning practicums embedded in the MBA Malloy Student Consulting Group, created and delivered applied learning professional engagement practicums using design-based thinking routines with multiple Bay Area industry sectors, healthcare, retail, startup, new product launch, direct selling distribution, food and wine, and nonprofit. Previously, Dr. Meyer taught that graduate courses in Dubai, Kosovo, Dominican Republic, and Hong Kong, with topics such as the strategic process of service firms, hospitality distribution system, service leadership and innovation, service systems design and innovation. Previously, he developed new curriculum and delivered graduate level executive training programs for DePaul University School of Hospitality Leadership, Master's of Science degree in Hospitality Operational Performance, MBA, concentration in Leadership and Revenue Management, Restaurant Lodging Clubs, and Master of Science degree in Predictive Analytics with concentration in Revenue Management. Services activities of Dr. Meyer at University of San Francisco. At USF Ignatius Outreach Shelter Bill Program, volunteer in April 2016, and also diversity program secured diversity scholarship funding for San Francisco restaurant industry, undergraduate multidisciplinary teaching industry engagement, and of course, graduate multidisciplinary teaching integration, building MD enterprise management, consulting skills in nonprofit healthcare with Dr. Thomas Meyer and Dr. Judith Kashmir. And Dr. Meyer's School of Management, Joint Faculty Development Council, member FDC, Faculty Governance Council, Task Force on Faculty Research, funding in 2016. Dr. Meyer's Faculty in Governance Council, or AACSB Scholarly Qualification Committee member in 2015. In terms of Finance Department Faculty, New Hire Committee member, and School of Management Committee member, and Faculty Development Council Committee member, and Undergraduate Curriculum in Design Committee. In research, Dr. Meyer within the hospitality field, research falls into three distinct categories: hospitality leadership, number two, hospitality industry revenue management and profit optimization. And finally, number three, experiential learning pedagogy. According to him, research highlights include particular focus on industry applied research projects designed to provide restaurant practitioners with new ways of evaluating operating efficiency, ratios, and analyzing party size, meal, duration variables. Dr. Meyer's scholarly publications, wow, he had so much publications for the last, since he started in his research in 2008 and to the present. He has international researches and has been to other parts of the world. He has been to, okay, number one, we have here from Canada, okay, he's been also to other parts of China. He has been to Madrid, Spain. He's been to China again. He's been to, of course, he's been to Turkey, attended also conference in ICRI, and many other publications, including the referee conference publications or proceedings. Dr. Meyer's research grant 13. It was sponsored by DePaul University of $10,000 for the Vincential Leadership and Hospitality Practices of the Jordan. And of course, another grant from a School of Hospitality College of Commerce, DePaul University. And he also has sponsored researches for economic feasibility as a principal author and with a $60,000 grant. Dr. Meyer publication books as of 2012 and 2010, and many, many more. Ladies and gentlemen, our virtual world, please help me welcome virtually Dr. Thomas A. Meyer, PhD.
Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that was going to be so lengthy. So thank you, Dr. Abellino, and Kat and Michael, you're doing a wonderful job as professional moderators. So congratulations on such good work so far. It's such a pleasure to be welcomed by the Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Leadership. It's my pleasure to be with you. So I'm going to speak to you about experiential learning, if I may. Is it okay if I share my screen? Okay, can we see my screen okay?
Yes, Dr. Meyer.
Good to go. Okay, thank you. So,
yes, Doctor.
I thought that listening to some of the earlier presentations, I thought it would be nice if I shared with you why I feel it's important to speak about experiential learning. As mentioned earlier by Dr. Abellina, I'm in University of San Francisco in the Bay Area, and it's a very unique place because of Silicon Valley. So what's unique about San Francisco is we're nestled in between the technology firms in Silicon Valley, and then also Napa Valley, which is wine country, very famous for tourism and hospitality management. So it's a great environment for tourism and hospitality with many, many leading industry companies there that you can work with. So experiential learning for me is important to blur the lines between what we learn theoretically and what we apply practically. So as was mentioned in my research, I come from a industry background. I'm much older than all of you, so that's good and bad. Bad because I'm old, but good because I have many experiences that I can share with you. So I really spent close to 20, 22, 23 years in the hospitality industry. So I was a majority of my career, I was a food and beverage director in the Starwood Hotel Collection in the Hawaiian Islands. So I spent most of my younger years learning food and beverage in the hotel luxury sector. And then after about 10 years, I moved within the hotel to the front office, the rooms division, and became a hotel general manager. And then eventually I became a vice president of hotel operations with Red Lion Corporation before I became a professor. So the reason I tell you about my background is because the way that I teach is I always embed industry-based projects in all of my courses. So every single course that I teach, I have a connection with a hotel, a restaurant, a winery, a private club, a event planning company, or in some cases when I teach MBA courses in non-hospitality, I teach in the School of Management. I work with the tech firms in Silicon Valley. And so I think experiential learning is very important for the following reason. Post-COVID, there's been a major shift in the hospitality industry. Many hospitality managerial personnel, and more importantly, rank and file employees have not come back to work in the hospitality industry. They're seeking better work-life balance, and it's shifting the availability of managerial talent and workforce in hotels and restaurants to the point where it's affecting the way the business can be operated. So for example, restaurants are not necessarily open 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're narrowing it down to maybe dinner only. They're narrowing down, instead of being open 7 nights a week, they're only open 5 nights a week because they can manage a workforce easier by just hiring one set of employees that'll work 5 days a week full time and then have 2 days off. What else is happening in industry is that many hospitality workers are now demanding to have Sundays off. Whereas in the past, in the hospitality industry, we're usually busy on weekends. That's when most people go out for entertainment and they travel for tourism. A lot of hospitality workers are insisting on having a weekend day off now, which makes it difficult for you to operate your business. So one of the things that we're grappling with from an education standpoint and liaisoning with industry is figuring out how future managers are going to be able to impact the workforce in a way where the management careers are reflecting a much better work-life balance for managers. And that's something that's happening very currently that I thought I would share with you. So the reason experiential learning as an educational methodology is so important, because if you're in touch with all of these industries, rather than only being theoretical, remember now, I straddle both industry and academia. So that allows me the opportunity to understand what industry challenges are, but also know the importance of academic theory, scholarly research, to find new ways for us to lead and new ways for us to revenue manage. So I believe it's very important that we blur the lines between theory and practice, even more importantly now than ever before, because the industry is going through so much change. I'm not sure if that's the case in the Philippines, but it certainly is in the United States across our entire country. So that's my preface to why experiential learning is so important. So the definition of experiential learning is trying to bring together students, faculty, and the business community to participate together in the learning experience. And another example of this would be, rather than the traditional internship program where students would go out and work 400 hours in the hospitality industry while they're in school, let's say ideally 200 hours in the back of the house and 200 hours in the front of the house. We're now looking at ways that we can blend mentorship, where a student is paired up with a mentor to learn about their career, apprenticeship, which is typically in the culinary arts, where you would go through a stage and work your way through different facets of the culinary operation, and then the typical internship, which is a rotational placement. And I think there's a hybrid between those three components, and experiential learning can help move that forward by bringing the work from the industry into the classroom on a regular basis. So one of the things I was going to share with you in my presentation was the design thinking methodology. I learned the design thinking methodology from my certification postdoctoral work from Harvard, that is a way to boost creative thinking. So you can solve problems by using a process. You may or may not know that creative thinking is not necessarily a gift, and only certain people can be creative thinkers. Creativity can come from following a specific process. So design thinking is a process that's embraced primarily from engineering and new product design in the tech industry. But you can apply design thinking to any problem statement you desire. In other words, you can solve a problem. A problem statement would be, how do we use robots and automation to recreate the service system at a hotel? So if that's your problem statement, you would use design thinking, the 4 steps, to solve the problem and come up with an idea. So what I'm going to share with you next is the benefit of design thinking as a project management methodology that you can apply in experiential learning. And again, I use these in undergraduate and graduate classes, interfacing with wineries, restaurants, event companies, and even in non-hospitality tech companies like Hewlett Packard, Apple, Uber, etc., because they're located in the Bay Area. So what's the benefit of design thinking and project management work in experiential learning? There's a couple of things that are important. Number one, when you put students together collectively in small teams of 6 or 7 students, they have to learn how to work in a fast-forming team environment. That requires communication skills, conflict resolution, and leadership. Secondly, we put them in a situation where they engage outwardly with a client and different stakeholder groups, so they have to work on solving problems right from the get-go. Thirdly, teaching them design thinking and giving them a specific problem to solve, like creating a new service system design, or creating a new marketing plan, or designing a new label for a wine bottle, many different projects. They have to experiment and come up with different ideas, show those ideas to a client, and get feedback on those ideas to make them better. Also, it helps them sharpen their decision-making skills by doing discovery work in the market and doing research. And then lastly, it helps to improve ideation and creative thinking skills. So one of the things that we've found that's very important, if we have classes that are small or classes that are large, the size of a team is very important. If you get anywhere bigger than 6 or 7 students in a team, you start getting into issues with inter-team relationships and conflict. And what happens is, in a short learning period of about 4 weeks on a project, you spend more time on conflict resolution than you do on creative thinking. So it's important that you establish small teams and that the teams spend some time up front establishing a charter, which is a philosophy of governance that they all agree to, and they bring that together themselves. Talks about how they're going to be inclusive with one another. Everybody gets a voice. Talks about how to let everyone speak and everybody make a contribution and have respectful interactions. It talks about ground rules of when we can call each other, how do we email, do we set up a Slack channel, when are there times when I'm going to be offline and I don't want to be bothered because I want work-life balance, what are the boundaries that we can establish for one another. So establishing the team charter is very important in the beginning of the project to help assist with good delivery and focus. So I mentioned to you the 4 phases of design thinking. This is what it is. It's design thinking is called human-centered design. And what you do with design thinking is it's focusing on the interaction between humans in a way that you are trying to figure out their behavior and discover what their wants and needs are. So very important in that process is empathy. So the first thing you do is you figure out who are you designing a solution for. So in the case of a marketing plan for a winery, who are the customers that the winery is focusing on? So how do you discover and think about and empathize what the targeted wine customer wants in their wine experience? You define that. Once you define that, then you come up with ideas that are going to address how you engage the wine consumer that you're focusing on. Then you make a prototype of that idea, and then you show that to your client, get feedback on it, you iterate it, and you test it further to make it better. So that's the process that you flow through to solve the problem. Okay, so this next slide shows how the design thinking project workflow goes, and there's 4 key questions. What is considered the discovery phase. So what is the environment for wine marketing? Who are the targeted customers? What are the type of wine varietals? What is the messaging platform? All of the what is gathering information to learn as much as you can about the project problem statement and the winery. Once you gather that information, you then ask the question of the team members, what if? What if we designed a label that looked like this? What if we created an Instagram campaign that said this? What if we published a calendar of promotions? You brainstorm on little sticky notes, maybe 10 to 15 what if scenarios. And from there, you pick 2 or 3, and then you move to the third phase, which is the what wows, and you actually build the idea in a sketch, a storyboard, or an illustration. That's what we call the prototype. Once you have the prototype, you show the prototype to the potential user and the client to get feedback to make it better, and then you refine the prototype. As many rotations of showing the prototype, making it better, showing the prototype, making it better, the sharper your idea becomes and the better it is to be accepted by the end user. The last phase, what works is making sure that your idea fits the business model, it fits with the budget, it addresses the need that the client is expressing that they want, and it works on visually storytelling what it is that your solution is. So that's the phases of design thinking in 4 rotations, and you basically spend a week in each phase. So I'm briefly going to just show you what that looks like. So defining the opportunity, the discovery phase is the what is. And when you go through the discovery phase, what you're trying to look for is, do you understand what it is and who it is you're designing for? That's what I mean by, do you understand the opportunity? You're trying to also figure out what does the end outcome and expectation of the client look like, and what does the end user want for a solution? You also try to discover who are the key stakeholder groups that are going to be making the key decisions and accepting your idea. What do you know about the idea itself? So in this case, what do you know about wine, winemaking, wine marketing, the wine industry, the wine consumer? And what do you need to know? So discovery is very rich, very rapid. It's as far forward in the marketing environment as possible. And that's what you do to gather your inspirations. Okay, after discovery, it's important that you use empathy to gather these insights. So you're always trying to put yourself in the mind of the end user, but you're also trying to put yourself in the mind of the client so that you can understand what they expect for the final deliverable. So there's 2 ways that you have to be empathetic. What is being asked of me to design? And then secondly, who's going to be the end user? And am I targeting my ideas to the end user? So that means observing, learning, engaging in dialogue. That could be focus group sessions, that could be surveys, that could be just direct observation. Make sure that you're aware of your own biases around the subject matter. So you have to be careful not to have tunnel vision and be narrow about your thinking. You have to explore and widen your mind when you're doing discovery, because the richer the discovery, the better you have for idea generation from that point. Okay, so now we've discovered, now we move to the second phase, which is generating the ideas, which is the what if question. So I'm not going to go into length here about iterative thinking, but I've provided a nice resource on design thinking where you can watch many videos. A very good example of design thinking is from a company called IDEO, I-D-E-O. If you look up IDEO, they have a lot of free resources and research materials and many, many, many videos on the design thinking process. So iterative thinking just means coming up with the original idea and making the idea better and building on the idea 2 or 3 times to make it much richer. So how do you turn the discovery information into a good idea? You have to have sparking questions. You have to look at an extreme experience. If you limit yourself to what you know already, you will not generate a good idea that becomes a wow factor. So the whole purpose is not to be linear and not to be methodical to the point where you do something that's already being done. The point is to be explosive with your ideas and think in new ways and ask other people from different disciplines about different ways of thinking and new ideas. So it's important that you identify themes in the what if section so that you use post-it notes to organize everybody's ideas and start putting them in to different categories in which you can then decide to build your prototype. Storytelling and visualization are very important, so it's good that you sketch. Everybody I notice is afraid to draw or sketch. They think it has to be an artistic rendering. It doesn't have to be. You can use photographs, you can use video, you can use pictures, you can use graphics, you can use icons, you can use symbols. Anything that helps broaden the mind of the thinker with storytelling is most important for creative thinking. So now you've narrowed down your ideas. Now you're going to start prototyping and building your idea to make it a wow factor for both the end user and the client. So that what that means is you have to push your ideas. It's a cliche to think outside the box. I don't like that term, but to best get my point across, you have to think very broadly and very expansively. You have to go beyond the obvious. You have to think of things that haven't been thought of before. You have to try and bring a different idea to the table. You have to ask questions and unexpected connections. You have to look for inspiration from other industries. You don't have to just limit yourself to what you think you already know as your point of reference. Your goal is to create excitement and joy during the process. So you're building on positivity, encouraging maximum participation, and you want as many solutions as possible for the prototype to be successful. Some of the things that get in the way of effective prototyping is trying to focus on the right solution and going down that linear path to just do regular solution and problem solving rather than exploration and ideation. You want to make sure that you're not judging the ideas as they're moving along. Let everything flow organically in a self-organizing way. Don't worry about confusion when you're going from discovery to ideation. You have to embrace a little bit of complexity and not be looking for the solution right away. You have to allow the solution to unfold. You have to be careful not to have poor team dynamics so that you lose participation and you diminish ideas. And you have to make it safe for people to say whatever they want to say. And you want to make sure that you don't allow a single person or a group of people within the team to dominate and control idea flow. Once you get done now with your prototype, you then have to now go back and construct a nice visualization and a story arc of what you set out to create, how you arrived at creating that idea, what that idea looks like, and then how you want to implement the idea. So story arcing and visualization is very critical to convincing the end user and the client what it is that you want to see them adopt. So you want to make sure that you show your story to other people before you show it to the client or the project lead. You want to make sure you get an end user to look at it. So for example, in the wine instance, you would go to a consumer that would be the target audience of the program and ask them their feelings about it. And the more you do that, the better your idea is going to be. That's what we call iterating. Okay, so now I'm going to pivot real quickly and show you a sample process mapped out. Can you see my Miro board? Okay, so this is a teaching technology that we adopted as a result of Zoom classes, right? When we went to COVID. So this is a whiteboard. It's called Miro. And this is the design thinking process on a whiteboard. So the teams that go together, and this is the wine project I mentioned to you. So here's discovery. This is research and inspiration. So the students on the team went out and they learned what others say about effective wine marketing. They looked at the client, who is an African-American winemaker. So it's a woman winemaker of color. What did they learn about industry leading winemakers that are women? What did they learn about Black-owned wineries in California? What did they learn about boutique winemakers? And they put those ideas in there. That's discovery. The next phase was ideation. So they came up with these different ideas about how to strengthen the brand, how to open up different distribution channels, how to create online sales, how to do corporate wine tastings, how to focus on wine members. So this is their ideation board. Now everybody can participate in this board. So anybody on the board can come over here to the menu and they can create content and everybody can collaborate all at once. So you can see everybody's work unfolding at the same time. So we go to from phase 2 to phase 3, which is the prototype. So this is the final idea about the marketing plan. 3 areas: promoting the brand, online sales, and then going direct to restaurants and events, and the different ways that they should do that. And then lastly, the visualization storyline, I think is over. Hang on, sorry to make you dizzy. This is the story arc. Now they ended up using a systems map as their visualization technique, right? They used this flow chart and they described how the strengthening the core marketing values of the company and then growing through these different mechanisms was the way to do it. So that's an example of how the design thinking works and the quick elements of design thinking. I think I'm close to being out of time, but I think I still have a few minutes. I guess we can wait. I think I'll stop there unless there's any clarification on what I presented. Okay.
You may continue, Doctor. Thank you.
Do I still have some more time or do you want me to finish up?
You can finish your presentation, Dr. Meyer, and all our questions will be part of the plenary discussion later on.
Okay, I think I am done. I think that's everything. I worked through the 4 phases. The last piece of information that I will share with you is about bridging the gap between industry and academia. So I think, as I said in my preface, I believe it's important for you to have as many industry contacts as possible. Now, I recognize that in San Francisco, because of my market, it's easy to do that. And I can tell you as a professor, there are more companies that need projects than there are faculty and students that can deliver projects. So the important component is, by the way, I don't use a textbook in my classes. So I break my classes into applied learning, which are these projects. I break my classes into exercises where students are working on portfolios. And I break my classes into components that have theory, but I bring the theory from my research work. My research work in revenue management, my research work in leadership, depending on the course. We also have a course in catering and fine dining management. And in that course, what we do is our students prepare a meal and serve the meal and create the event. And it's a paying event. It's a dean's dinner that's $10,000 budget. And the university invites all of the donors and the board of trustees to meet the dean and the president of the university as the capstone project. And it's about a 65-person reception, and serve dinner. And what happens is the students rotate into different positions in the front of the house and the back of the house. So experiential learning does not have to be limited just to an outside organization in the market. It also can be constructed internally within the university. Now, I will caution you that we want to be careful that the university doesn't view the hospitality department as the service students for all of the university. In other words, we don't want to be in a servitude role that, oh, that's hospitality, they'll do that for us. We're careful to present ourselves as business and hospitality, and we do events, but we do events that we can charge money for, and we take the funds that we use to teach the students budgeting and then to reinforce needs that we have to build the program from a curriculum standpoint. So my final point would be, it's important to find industry partners for projects, and those projects can then lead to job opportunities for students. And the closer you can get the students to solving real problems for the restaurants, hotels, private clubs, and event companies, the narrower the gap when they graduate and take their first job. So I believe it helps both. It helps the industry feel more confident that the student is prepared for their career, but it also prepares the student when they go into industry that it's not a surprise that they've only learned theory and they haven't applied it at all when they start their first career path.
I understand, and I agree with you, Dr. Mayer. And again, know your market, understanding who is your client, what they want, and how you can deliver it to them, and be creative as much as possible. As we all know, change is inevitable, as what like Mr. Tadeo said earlier. And this presentation of Dr. Mayer actually is very timely to all of us, because this really changes the this is timely, especially because of the changes this pandemic actually brought to us. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Mayer. And then I'll ask you to just stay for a little bit longer for the panel discussion later. And now on to our second plenary speaker. Please welcome Architect Bienvenida Candelaria, Head of Research Committee, School of Fine Arts and Design.
Okay, thank you. Let me introduce the next speaker. She is Senior Assistant Professor of Management in the School of Commerce and Management Studies, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamsala, India. With around 20 years of teaching experience, she has varied interest areas, a gold medalist at undergraduate and distinction holder at postgraduate level. She obtained her PhD in International Trade from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, India. Her areas of research interest include accounting and finance, strategic management, entrepreneurship, qualitative research, case study development, communication skills, and microfinance. She has been guiding research at the doctoral level and has worked in the area of microfinance. As an active seminarian, she has attended more than 100 seminars, conferences, and has visited several universities and colleges to deliver invited talks on finance, strategic management, qualitative research, business communication, interpersonal skills, entrepreneurship, and skill development. She's a motivational speaker and conducts workshops on communication and motivation. Having published more than 25 papers in various journals of national and international repute, including Scopus, WOS, and category journals, she has also worked as content developer of MHRD, EPG Pathshala project, and OERs for IGNOU. She has written 40 book chapters in national as well as international books, handbooks, volumes published with IGI, Taylor and Francis, etc. With 4 edited books in her credit, she is a persistent researcher in the field of management. She's an active social worker as also and is working towards the protecting of the rights of women. So please welcome our next speaker, Dr. Manpreet.
Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the whole team who is so persistent and hardworking that I can't even imagine that students can organize conference in such a meticulous manner. No doubt the inspiration is the professors and the management team, but I must tell you, your students are doing very, very great. I'm really impressed the way they manage the things, the way they drop the emails. They are so professional in their approach. They take care of your every problem. They're very empathetic. They have got a very, very professional kind of attitude, which is going to take them further. So to the team, it's wonderful to be the part of this, conference. So hats off to everybody, and I'm really glad that I'm part of this conference. To begin with, I would like to thank the earlier speaker, Dr. Thomas. He really pointed out 2 areas, the 2 takeaways which I have taken, that in experiential learning, storytelling plays an important role. So whenever you people are going to enter the industry, you will remember some of the stories which were told by professors, by teachers, or which you may have experienced when you joined any kind of a project in the field project. So these stories will help you to learn, to react, to behave in a crisis also, and to take good decisions also. So first thing is storytelling, which is going to help you a lot. The second takeaway from Dr. Meyer's lecture is one need to be very creative. So this is a time when you need to not only focus on the creativity of the thing which you are doing, but how you deal yourself, how you communicate, how you present things, how you are able to connect with the people. It also needs a lot of creativity, which includes empathetic attitude also. So today I'll be talking about resilience strategies, and formally you people have introduced me. I'm Dr. Manpreet Arora, representing my Central University of Himachal Pradesh. It's a very small town, and I hail from Himachal, India. So I'll be talking about resilience strategies in tourism. Let me share my screen so that you can see my PPT before I begin.
Yes, doctor.
All right. I'll not be putting it on presentation mode, otherwise I'll not be able to see my audience. And I feel comfortable when I see my audience smiling and encouraging me in a very poised manner, as Dr. Kat is smiling, and I feel very encouraged, and Angelo and all others are smiling. Thank you for this motivation. Let me begin with my presentation. So when we are talking about the resilience strategy, why we are talking about resilience in tourism, the one aspect is very clear. We have seen COVID, and in this COVID scenario, we have seen that the sectors are very much badly hit. When we talk about various sectors, then these sectors include tourism sector, and everywhere in the world it was said that tourism is badly hit. We know that natural disasters, they can throw the societies into crisis, and they can disturb the whole balance which in we are living. On the one hand, these crises can be natural, some can be man-made. Earthquakes, tsunamis, they cause powerful, but they have shorter impacts. But sometimes they need immediate intervention. Like we have to take rehabilitation measures and constructions have to be done. But on the same hand, there can be such things which can have long-lasting problems, and they require long-term interventions, measures, and planning. So when we are talking about flooding or the sea level rises or the heavy rains or droughts, no doubt they need interventions at immediate level, but we need to plan for a very long period of time, and it involves government interventions. We cannot take any kind of step without government interventions. So all those ultimate long-term interventions which are required to mitigate the potential risks or the vulnerability of the geographical physical infrastructures, they have got certain social components also. Thus, we have to make our society sustainable so that we are able to sustain in a better manner. So when we talk about any kind of crisis, whether it is affecting us socially or ecologically, resilient systems are required to restore the order. Pandemics create very complex ecological problems. Pandemics can expect to have novel kind of societal issues which we have never seen. Therefore, the steps which have to be taken, they need innovations, they need creativity so that they are sustainable also. So when we are seeing these kind of pandemics, economies, they suffer in a various terms because these sectors which generally are affected by economic scenario, they are worst hit. As I hail from the commerce and management background, I'm more interested about the economic impacts of these pandemics. That's why I chose to take that how any particular sector or an industry can be, backed out. Yeah, it can be bounced back after any kind of a crisis. That's why we need to talk about the resilience strategy. I'll start with a simple example for the students that what exactly can be resilience. You must have seen a small child while playing that sometimes he fell down on the ground. Some children they cry, but the mother encourages the child to get up, to be brave and start running again. That's the simplest example of resilience. No doubt the child is crying or weeping for some time, but he feels motivated, he feels energized, and for the next time when he's seeing that he's gonna fail, he'll be more cautious, he'll be more confident, and he will take his own steps not to fall down but to bounce back. The same happens with the economies. Often resilience that require new and innovative solutions. The expected solutions are very different because the situations of the economies can be different. The situation of Philippines is different from situation from various India's state. It can be different from USA. It can be different from Africa. So it is true for the COVID-19 also, as you know, there are different economies and the various sectors, they show different effects. The task of basic resilience policy of any government is to reduce the shocks and the stresses on a particular system so that we are able to increase the capacity or the capability to adapt to the uncertainty. As I gave you the example of a small child, he will be more cautious, he will be more motivated when the next time he'll be playing in a ground. Maybe if he falls down, he gets up laughing, he's not crying at that time. So this is resilience. So resilience can be best seen as a community condition. It can be the community's response to the uncertainty or a shock. When we are talking about resilience, it also focuses on adaptability. It also talks about transformation beyond the rebound. And the transformation aspect is more important. We all are in a transformation phase. If there was no COVID, I would not have been talking to you virtually in this conference. Maybe there was no possibility that I could have delivered a lecture to the students sitting in Philippines because there can be my problems or travel like situations which I could maybe I could not have be a part of this conference. So it requires more than returning to the original state. It requires novel solutions. It is also regarded as sometimes we try to restore to the original state. But why? Because earlier we were not able to cope up with the immediate shocks, but transformation is the main element. The first and the foremost lesson about resilience is thinking about or perceiving about the long-term stresses which can affect us. Let us talk about the drastic effects. Why? because only then we can talk about suitable strategies of resilience. If we talk about particularly of COVID-19 pandemic, nations across the world, especially the developing nations, they need to focus on resilient strategies in each and every sector so that the economies, they function in a very good aspect. Beyond the traditional ways of managing the economies, there can be so many sectors which emerge to gain advantages in such a sense that we are able to cope up with the stress. There are so many kind of shocks, global economic shocks of enormous magnitude in all of the countries. Now all over the world, policymakers, they are facing alarming situations. There are unpredictable kind of challenges, but they are trying to follow or find out certain solutions to the problems, especially in the area of tourism, because many nations, the GDP is contributed to a large extent by service sector, and in service sector, tourism holds a majority of portion in so many countries. So when we are talking about such things, we are talking about the effect of pandemic as well as the economic aspects of the pandemic on the social cultural arena also. People in the developing countries, they are concerned with earning livelihood. They are supporting their families. They lost opportunities to survive. They lost opportunities. Why? Because tourist arrivals was very much affected. So the outbreak of the pandemic forced us not only to think about, to take a pause and see objectively that how to deal with the situation which has arisen, but we need to think about the well-being of whole society in terms of the resilient strategies so that the welfare of the humanity can be taken care of. So when we are discussing about the resilient strategy, we are not talking about a single economy. We are talking about humanity as a whole, because we all know that because of tourism, many families survive, many entrepreneurial opportunities arise because of the tourism sector. There are so many issues concerning education, medical facilities, unemployment, and conservation of wildlife also, which is associated with tourism. We saw in various industries significant layoffs, significant fall in level of income. There was disruption in transportation. There was rise in unemployment and poverty. And the household income of even firms, especially in the service sector, it received a severe jolt because there were premature deaths, lockdowns, health expenditures shooted up. There was shutdown of production facilities, borders were closed, people not were able to travel. There was a disruption in global supply chain, and the saving and investment and consumption pattern of the households, they changed drastically because of the reduced level of income. And if we observe the international economic and business scenario today, it is full of despair as entrepreneurs and business leaders, they are finding it very hard to come up with the terms of the damage which was caused by the pandemic. So the gloom and the despair, it is imperative that certain resilient strategies are to be worked out. Tourism, aviation, hospitality, these sectors were hit badly, and there were nations where tourism was the backbone of the livelihoods, and it contributed largely to the income of the country. In 2020, many nations were not able to maintain a positive growth rate. There were so many countries like Mongolia, Nauru, Panama, even I checked the data of Philippines also, Dominican Republic, Turkey, Zambia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Yemen, they faced negative growth rate. It was ranging from -1 to -3 in 2020. Most unfavorably, worst, terribly hit nations were tourist destinations. Like Zimbabwe, it recorded a growth rate of -7.3, Seychelles, -10.8, Mauritius, -6.8, Thailand, -6.6, New Zealand, -7.2, and so on. So when these tourist destinations, they were entirely dependent upon the international tourists, were on the large verge of collapse. Some of them, like Macau, Republic of China, they all were into a drastic situation. The smallest country of the world, Lebanon, which has again a rich traditional culture, faced a negative growth rate of minus 12.01. On the other hand, 16th largest country in the world, Libya, it shot a shocking picture as it has a negative growth rate of minus 58. And I was shocked looking at the data. Russia, one of the largest country in the world, which covers 1/8 of the Earth's inhabited land area, again suffered a negative growth rate. So the unprecedented impact of COVID-19, which is shown in this table taken from UNWTO, shows there is a drastic change in international tourist arrivals. We can see that in the pre-pandemic year, the overnight visitors of international tourist arrivals was around 1.5 billion. In 2020, it was just 400 million. Now, no doubt in 21 and 22, an increase is expected, but it is just 415 million, less than half of what earlier it was there. The export revenues are again drastically affected. Earlier, it was 1.7 trillion US dollars. Now it is expected to be just 700 or 800 billion dollars. If we talk about tourism direct domestic product, it was earlier 3.5 trillion. Now it is just expected to be US dollar 1.9 million. A huge change. As I was talking about the drastic effects, you can look at this data released by again UNWTO, that the international tourist arrivals according to the sub-regions is again affected drastically. In 2021 and 2020, there is a huge difference. The percentage share has fallen down to a great extent. The percentage change in Europe only is 18.6%. It is quite below than earlier expected. In 21-19, it was minus 62, which shows that how badly this sector was hit. If we can see the data of the other nations released by UNWTO, we can find that the drastic effects of the tourism is not only seen in the developing nations, it is also seen in the developed nations also. If we look at the data of Africa, the percentage changes 72.9, which is huge. So I have shared this PPT. You can go with the data and analyze certain more effects. It is available on World Tourism Organization's website. As I have limitation of time, I would like to move further. So we have seen that the pandemic has not only disturbed the economies, it has eventually the way we think, the way we behave. The impacts are so deep, the whole generation. The effect is seen on the whole generation, and how do we live is completely changed. Teenagers, elderly people, they are worst affected. They were forced to live in a sedentary lifestyle. Both the groups are facing the problems of sleep disorders, depression, loneliness, low level of energy. Due to the disruptions caused by COVID-19, we have understood that now we need to travel. We need to visit. We need to see the overall wellness and well-being in tourism. Probably the biggest threat to the well-being is stress. Most common problem which increased during COVID-19 is stress, anxiety, leading to depression. The lifestyle has drastically changed. The tourism sector has not only the potential, but is a carrier of inducing wellness and well-being. Therefore, wellness and well-being can act as the biggest resilience strategy in various aspects in this industry. Religious pilgrimage travel for the well-being and wellness and internal healing is one of the, again, important resilience strategy. We need that when we want to be healthy, we have to have certain healing dimensions. Healing is just, not through hospitals or taking medicines. We need internal healing sometimes. Good health is not just personal health or taking any protection measures, but it is encompassed with, feeling bliss, the solitude to which we can be fulfilled by travel. So the concept of health has now expanded. It is more than just absence of ailment, illness, or disease. The concept of self-care has emerged. We need to be, very much in a happy state of condition. And for me, to be happy can be achieved by social interactions, by following the practices of yoga, meditation, and staying in the lap of nature. Just sitting at in the lap of nature, surrounded with trees, lush green gardens, or visiting any area which is full of beautiful nature, then it is healing for me. So the concept of self-care can be satisfied by different type of travel, which depends upon human being to human being what he feels like to be. And it can be a great healing strategy for especially the Asian nations, which are rich in nature, flora and fauna. Spas are there, yoga centers are there, rejuvenation activities through meditation, breathing exercises, camps, fitness centers, etc. Just living for few days in the lap of nature is quite itself healing. These destinations require projecting themselves to be the destinations full of self-care, which promotes well-being. They have the ability to provide certain mystic experiences. They have the ability to impact you psychologically, emotionally, spiritually. Self-care is not associated just with physical dimensions. They are to the deep down inside related with mental as well as social wellness. According to Cohen, religion is also important to be a consideration for analyzing the satisfaction of life of an individual. So when we talk about religion, it has got linkages with spirituality and happiness. Religious coping, religious beliefs, and other variables which are related with religion are very important determinants of well-being and a great part of tourism also. So traveling for religious destinations, they attract positive energy. They can work for coping mechanism. You must have talked about or seen about India. There is a huge, travel destinations or people travel in India for religious reasons. And it is not only going to revive the sector, but it is going to improve the overall well-being of people also. Traveling to the destinations which are projected have spiritual or religious beliefs can act as a great resilience strategy, not only for the economies which are suffering from tourism sector, but individuals as well. They have got true potential and the important dimension of travel which induces the tourism sector. When we are talking about the emotional well-being, then Global Wellness Institute, they have released a data and they say that the global wellness economy was $4.5 trillion market in 2018, and it represented a great portion of the all tourism expenditures. Wellness tourism is on rise, even more after pandemic. Now, majority of the masses are concerned about their well-being as well as relaxation. There was an interesting article I was reading where people have accepted they want to travel. Why? Because they want an escape from daily routine. They want to go away from, pollution places. They want pollution-free spaces. They want to have opportunity to stay close to nature. So well-being, motivations, healthy lifestyle is trending these days. Well-being or wellness, no doubt, is a very subjective term. For a teenager, well-being can be dancing. For a person like me, in a middle age, well-being can be eating good food and relaxing. So whatever it is, it includes element of taking time. It includes element of slowing down. It includes element of, having nutrition, having self-care and self-development. And millennials, they believe that it is achieved through traveling to various places, shorter trips. They need shorter trips, a weekend trip. So it includes travel for environment awareness also, being in nature, physical well-being, focusing on emotional well-being too. It has got implications for rejuvenation and relaxation also. There can be certain intrinsic motivations like deriving inner pleasure and bliss, and as I told you, the mystic experiences which one may feel. This is the projection of wellness tourism, the Global Wellness Institute, they have projected that in the near future, this economy is growing to, bounce back in a great manner. You can see the data: personal care and beauty, travel or healthy eating, nutrition and weight loss, physical activities, or especially the wellness tourism industry is having presently the share of $436 billion in world, which they are projecting to be very much greater as compared to the other sectors of tourism. Wellness, real estate, mental wellness, spas, which are totally included in the tourism sector, are going to achieve a great resilience by travel and tourism sector, as we have to project them as they are going to provide us the scope of well-being and wellness by these kind of activities which they can promote. The second thing which I would like to stress upon very briefly is, visiting the loved ones as a psychological resilience strategy. We have made, a lot of distance with our loved ones. We don't visit our families. We don't have time to visit our families. Parents are not visiting children, or children are not visiting parents, or even if they are staying in the same home, they don't meet each other. When the parents go for work, the children are sleeping. When the children are coming, the parents are not at home. So this is going to be a great problem, but it can be improved and it can act as a great resilience strategy. We all understood in pandemic that only loved ones, they help us, they are with us, they give us psychological, psychological kind of a support. So the effect of COVID-19, it's not so small, it's going to be lasting. It has been devastating to the people in terms of well-being for a large variety of people. Therefore, it's very necessary to promote resilience by considering the aspects that we should have certain shared family beliefs. We should nurture close relationships. We should see that humanity as a whole needs well-being. So leaders of the family have now the responsibility to generate hope, nurture relationships, and establish emotional securities in the families, so that whatever stresses they have arisen, we are able to, cope up with them. The social disruptions can be tackled only through promoting family well-being. Inbound travel, visiting the loved ones, paying visits to the loved ones, getting get-togethers in the families, having dinners, inbound travel to various places which are connected to your religious beliefs can act as a resilience strategy, not only for the economy, but they will contribute to the overall wellness of the people as a whole. And maybe the last strategy which I'll be talking about is microfinance. This is one of my favorite area which I talk about. Why? Because it is giving credit to the poor. When banking sector is taken care of as an industry, they need collaterals. They need to give loans to only those people who can keep collaterals. But microfinance is a strategy by which government aided institutions or government tries to provide credit to the people who are very poor, very vulnerable, and who cannot, work in bigger factories or do not have any employment opportunities. What they do is they give credit to the people which can support various activities. Especially, you must have seen the destinations like pilgrimage tourism or the destinations which are, the eco parks or something like that. People are selling small things outside those destinations. And when you give small kind of finance to these people who can produce smaller products or artistic things or the local destinations, it can act as not only a source of livelihood for these people, but it encourages people who visit those places also, because you like to carry a souvenir to your own country. You like to travel and you want to take something from that place for your family as a remembrance. So just imagine you come to Dharamshala. We have so many places and temples here, and people who have just made simple things from the local products, pine needle they use thread works, they use so many other things, bamboo they are using. And if they have made something small and it's very cheap, it is livelihood for them. But for you, it is remembrance. For you, it is a lifetime thing which can always remind you, you will cherish that moment when you visited Dharamshala and you took something from here. So microfinance is a simple resilience tool to not only alleviate the poverty, it encourages the tourism, as the role of microfinance is very important in boosting small scale sector. It helps dispense the access of capital to build entrepreneurs, which ultimately becomes a part of small and medium sized industry. When you combine it with tourism, it gives tremendous opportunity allied goods, service sector, which go parallel with tourist activities. So when the microfinance sector is boosted, it is not only related with the souvenirs, it promotes local goods, it promotes local services, it promotes food, cuisines, and other products which are available in the market. So when easy credit facilities to these ventures are given, they also help in sustainable tourism and conserving local traditions and customs, and local people earn by selling these products to you, and their livelihood is received by selling certain things to you people. So the products are generally available in the markets and we like to buy them. In India also, microcredit from various banks and microfinance institutions is available, and a strong influence of promoting sustainability can be seen by promoting microfinance activities. So I have also written about how microfinance act to boost entrepreneurial activities which are related with tourism, which is going to be very, very important in the times to come. And the last is nature-based tourism. As students of tourism and hospitality, you must be reading and you must be going through the articles that destination promotion of natural areas is very important for increasing not only wellness, but for sustainability also. It can further improve your local environment, general awareness, environmental awareness can be increased, wildlife protecting is there, minimizing energy and water use is there. It controls setting off of the carbon emissions also. So promoting NBT, nature-based tourism, is again a very important resilient strategy. Nature-based tourism is itself a sustainable action and also promotes sustainable development goals. Travel to be in the nature has the ability to boost inbound as well as outbound tourism, which supports tourism entrepreneurship, tourism education, as well as hospitality sector. Other resilience strategy, if you permit me for 3 to 4 minutes, I would like to go through, because you gave me just 30 minutes. Promoting gig players, right? I hope you know what are the gig players, the freelancers. Around me, there are so many tourist destinations. So I have seen that the gig players, or when companies laid off people, but the people who were having expertise in tourism sector, they started their freelancing activity through social media. Many travel and tourist agents, many entrepreneurs, many people, they are now giving freelancing activities. These people are called as gig players. So gig players are going to play a very important role in the industry because they do not have any foundation of an industry. They do not have any fear of layoff. They can have their own connection with the tourists. They can have their own connection of their selling products. So it is going to be, again, a good resilience strategy. Obviously, at the government level, we need certain relief packages and government initiatives. Then certain kind of government initiatives in kind of, medicines or sanitization facilities, or giving relaxations regarding visa requirement for destinations which are associated with wellness can promote the tourism sector. Promoting long stays during extended flexible visas is also going to be the norm. Why? Because now people want to get away from their places and they want long period of stays at various destinations. So the government initiatives by entering into various memorandum of associations with the nearby countries to increase the possibilities of deciding free service trade areas is going to be a good resilience strategy. Moreover, we need to promote destinations which have got traditional values or practices like hubs of yoga or the traditional healing practices. As in India, we promote Ayurveda and yoga. The government has to operate in unison to devise various strategies with the nearby countries. We all see social media is very important these days, and it can act as a platform for promoting safe tourism. Better sanitization and sanitary facilities in remote location can also promote tourism. Promoting culture, food, and traditional values is going to be a good, area where tourism can be promoted, and we can arrange certain events. The event management under tourism is again going to be a good strategy in the near future. I hope I have covered almost every aspect of a resilient strategy, and you as a students are able to understand what exactly I want to tell you about, that how this sector can bounce back on his legs. As I started with the example of a child, I hope the sector will now play and have more fruitful results as we are expecting.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Aurora. You know what? It's true that COVID-19 pandemic really tests the resiliency of us people, not only here in the Philippines, but all over the world. You've also mentioned about the well-being of society. Let me just share that when I am creating my chapter 1, 2, and 3 for my research, my topic is actually about the anxiety, because I realized the importance of talking about the mental state of the food and beverage or the hospitality people, that we should also acknowledge it, because I know it's not related 100% in the hospitality topic, but it's actually a topic that a lot of people could go into because it's very relatable. And yeah, you mentioned about the resiliency. We all know that the resilience is the capacity for us to recover quickly from difficulties. And of course, what we could do is use, of course, the resiliency strategy. You've mentioned so many interesting things about, mental health, about your physical well-being, self-care. It's very relatable. And thank you very much for that very, very interesting presentation, Dr. Manfred. For sure, this will help us enrich our knowledge and skills that we could apply and use in our field and in the future. We are so glad for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts, ideas, and experiences in the hospitality industry. Now, we will have more questions later on during the plenary discussion. But for now, moving on to our third and final plenary speaker of the day, to be introduced by Dr. Antonio Yu, Dean, Conrado Benitez Institute of Business Education.
Thank you, Michael. When setting the holiday table with his grandmother as a young child, Ryan already knew he would learn to love this hospitality industry. And 20 years later, he's trying to change it. Brian is a San Diego-based creative entrepreneur, a detail fanatic, culinarian, researcher, and hospitality educator. He's currently a professor at San Diego Mesa College and Alliance International University. During his 20-year career, he has worked with creative, strategic, and operational teams in hotels, restaurants, education, and talent management, instilling elevated customer service and modern work environments for guests and colleagues. His consulting work and research focus are on operational change in the hospitality industry. Brian studied culinary arts at Delhi College of Technology and hospitality management at Buffalo State College. He has a Master of Science in Hospitality and Tourism Management from Roosevelt University and a doctorate in Business Administration from California Southern University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Brian Lesson.
Thank you. I realized I had a little bit more hair in my picture, so I apologize for that. So let me share my screen, and I'm really excited to be here and to mimic some of my colleagues that spoke before. It's been a really wonderful opportunity, and I have to commend your hospitality. Well, the reason we're all here from the beginning of this the beginning of this journey to now, you guys have been just fabulous and working with us. So the interesting aspect of this is that we're combining the creative thinking through education, right, as students, and also this concept of resiliency, right, in the last several years, or the last couple of years with COVID. And I think that the last piece of this this puzzle that I'm going to talk about today, and kind of look at something a little bit more finite, is really what we're setting ourselves up to do, in the years to come as students of this industry. So I want you to remember that you are educating yourselves. You're going to be leaders. You are leaders possibly in the industry already, and that we have to understand that we're going to learn from our professors. But I want you to take a piece from my research and understand that you're going to be learning from your employees as well, right? And the concept of us thinking about the turnover and just the rapid need for employees right now in the United States, we really have to focus on this, and that's kind of what my research has focused on. So we're going to be looking at organizational change, and how it affects corporate culture and human capital. So quickly, just to go over a brief agenda, we'll talk about some vision, and I'll go through the methodology. This is a postdoc research project that I've been working on that should be published in the next couple months on ProQuest, and my results and analysis and my conclusion. So a little bit about me, like Dr. Mir, who discussed his journey. Mine is similar. I come from the operations background. I started in the kitchen as a line cook and worked my way up through directorships throughout the hotel world and ended in hotel operations. And my experience and my education was discussed by Dr. Yu, so thank you for that. So the operational change that I want to talk about specifically is mergers and acquisitions. So when a hotel is being acquired by another management party, why this is important right now is that in 2001 alone, there were 308 M&A deals in the United States worth about $43.4 billion based on Skiff's research. So you can see some of these big names that you're familiar with below, and how the acquisition process is happening with one company taking over another. Why is that important for us to research? Well, we have to understand that the brand itself has an identity, and the individuals that work for that brand have an identity based on that. We have to be realistic about that. And M&A problems include turnover, low morale, and the organizational culture of a hotel is changed when a new management company comes in, right? And the department subcultures, as all of you know, the culture of the kitchen and the culture of housekeeping, they all change as well. We have to be really aware of these changes. And Reason Edwards in 2009 discussed human capital being sold with a real estate transaction when these companies happen. So that doesn't make the employees feel in a positive light as well. So we know the characteristics of the industry. They're hard, they're physical, we're open 24 hours a day. And the previous two speakers talked about how the characteristics of the industry are changing and how we have to adapt as well. And just in the pre-pandemic employee turnover rate, the industry is high in the United States at close to 74%. So based on my research, I had to look at the problem, and that mergers and acquisitions was the change agent, and how the effect on hotel employees and their culture, right? So we found that there are stressors associated with the transition, right? There's a diminishment of that culture in the hotel itself. There's lack of engagement and loyalty, And then finally, there may be job transitions, which we can't afford right now with the market being the way it is in the United States. So the purpose of this research was to understand leadership decision-making and what we need to do as leaders in order to make the best of this, business transaction. We need to understand the hotel employees' wants and needs, and we need to create a positive company culture and how it impacts this transition process. And lastly, we're trying to improve retention and job satisfaction here. So who are the stakeholders? So we have merging and acquired companies that have to be aware of this situation, as well as executive and department management level, and local and national union representatives. I'll talk about why that's important in just a second. And lastly, hotel employees and their families. So I had 4 interview questions or research questions that I focused on. The first was just lived experience. What happened during this transaction to the employees? The second was, how did the cultural assimilation change service? The third one was what characteristics of the hotel employment engagement throughout the M&A process directly impacted turnover and retention. And the last one was the valence judgment, or the emotion of the employee, and how that related to operational performance. So we'll talk about those in a little bit more detail. So just to understand who I gathered this information from, I used a local hospitality union in California. And there were participants that fit the aspect of going through a merger and acquisition, still being employed with that organization. I gathered those participants. I got 77 participants, and made sure that they fit the profile of the location, right, and of the hotel, to make sure that I was getting a good sample size. And I was able to interview these people, and I'll discuss my method in just a second. So with these individuals now, I wanted to look at the literature that was out there to see if, based on the literature, the research was going to back this up. So the first one that I wanted to look at was this concept of employees providing bad service because of change, right? And understanding that and kind of figuring out if that was actually the case. The second was a concept that Taeyong 2019 provided, which was this psychological contract that was breached due to the sale of the hotel. There were employees with 20, 30, 40 years at this property. And then overnight, their leaders changed, right? And they were expected to do the same job the next day. And how does that feel, and how does that emotionally impact the hotel employee? The next one was knowledge capital, and understanding that these individuals had really finite knowledge of the property, and were we respecting that or not? And lastly, was there an emotional impact on the brand? Now, I've worked for Marriott the majority of my career, and I had a very strong loyalty and brand relationship with that company. But that was not necessarily what I found in my research based on this epic change that happened to the employees. So there was lots of relevant findings in all of these subcategories of my work, and the focus of just kind of understanding the industry in this specific microcosm. So some gaps that were filled by the research. So hotel union merger and acquisition research, there's very little, if any at all. So that's specifically something that I wanted to focus on. And then understanding union loyalty. And we'll talk about union loyalty and maybe even a third party organization in just a second. Understanding generations and the fact that we heard with the previous speakers, that there's change with what the expectation of the employee is. And in the United States, I'm concerned about the generational shift in the future, to make sure that we're able to continually to be able to staff our facilities, right? And to be able to run our operations. Understanding knowledge capital, specifically in hospitality, these finite skills that we would consider unskilled labor. But we're realizing now that we need specific skill sets in the hotel to make them function, whereas they were maybe a vast amount of individuals. Now we're looking at, trying to hire in gaps. So we had some communication issues. We had some transition issues that I'll talk about. And we had some realizations about company size. So something that we noticed is that when we did the research, if the company had a larger portfolio and they were acquiring the hotel, there was a positive experience by the employees. If it was the opposite and the acquiring hotel had a smaller portfolio, then there was a less satisfaction that happened. And the last thing was forgiveness. Simply saying, hey, I'm really sorry about this transaction. I'm sorry that this happened, was not said, right? And we were kind of looking at that research. So I did a qualitative phenomenological research study, and I interviewed each one of these employees face-to-face myself, and really got to understand what their lived experience was. So I used a modified Venn comp approach, and I followed up with all the participants. And I think that this is important in hospitality, to gather your research with line level employees face-to-face and making sure that you're making them feel comfortable, right? And you're making them feel valued, and you're getting truly what they need to get off their chest and to be able to communicate with you. And I was able to clarify things with my years of experience based on seniority and scheduling and workload to make sure that I understood what they were discussing, right? And there was safety in a face-to-face interview, which is really important to this specific demographic. We wanted to make sure that it was ethical, and we did everything that we could to gather ethical data, right? Lastly, we wanted to make sure that we represented, again, like I said, the specific location and the industry itself. So we made sure that there was division representation and status, job status representation, job role, age, gender, and then specifically to the community, ethnicity, and then seniority. So some things that were kind of enlightened for me is that 100% of my participants described a feeling of uncertainty before, during, and after the transition. Now, this is a merger and acquisition. We could say the same thing about the COVID experience or really any change, right, in hospitality. The next, there was a pattern of disrespect to the employees' tenure expertise based on that top tier of employees. On the flip side, on the opposite side, there was excitement about new opportunities, improved work conditions, and benefits. So if the organization was going to renovate and put money and effort and energy into the property, then the employees were excited about that. And then also we had a group of individuals that was just content on understanding that nothing was going to change. So we understand based on literature that there's an emotional impact of change, citing that transparency and participation are essential, right, to this process to make them feel comfortable. So the second question was that cultural assimilation question based on service. So there was a lacking motivation strategy. So when the new organization came in, they did very little to motivate the employees, right, to get them excited about change and get them excited about what was to come. Right. And that was a negative impact based on the perception of the employees themselves. So negative actions based on organizational policy, leadership, or lack of security. Right. So when they felt like maybe their department was going to be removed or their seniority status was going to be changed, it made them feel uncertain. Again, that lack of communication. Most of the employees, and in the United States, what happens typically with a transition like this is that all of the employees are gathered in the ballroom, right, of the banquet space, and they're all told that one day, all at once, and then that's it. The old leadership leaves, the new leadership is there, and then they have to head back to work. And that's not a very fulfilling experience, right? So we're seeing a lack of communication. There's an impact on job and service performance, and again, a little introduction to the new company or their new policies. So some things that we have to think about during this change transition when we are concerned about people leaving. right? And people going to the next property or staying with the company or moving. We can't rely on that anymore. We need to keep all of the employees satisfied during these times of change, right? And we're going to see more and more of this as the time goes on, as far as the economic balance of post-pandemic COVID. The question 3 is employee engagement. So how did the employees feel secure about this experience? 47% of them said they did not feel secure at all. So almost 50%. These were union employees. So the union did come in and create this third party kind of buffer, right? So 29% did say that they felt their seniority and their union involvement would keep them safe through this transition. So again, also with union involvement, the benefits of the employees, so the medical, dental, healthcare, retirement, they didn't change because they were through the union itself. But there was distrust and discomfort based on the previous actions and leadership disrespect based on the retention. And then again, 88% felt a lack of respect during the transition based on their knowledge. So policies changed immediately, and things were they changed, and it made the employees feel that their prior years of experience were not necessarily being thought of or even discussed. So the hotels themselves, I did get data from the hotels themselves, and 4 out of 5 of those hotel properties actually did have involuntary job separation. So they did remove people from their properties during the change. The last one is the valence judgment, or the emotion, and how that was based on turnover and retention. So we looked at patterns of pride for the workplace, professionalism for work. We looked at creating a positive guest experience and what that made them feel, how that made them feel. One thing that was really shocking to me was during this process, based on the hotels that went through this experience, they all did the same thing. They all had to fill out new hire paperwork the day the transition happened. So what these employees went through was, say they had 36 years of experience at this hotel. When they were filling out the new paper hire work, they were marked down for 0 years, right? Because they were now with a new company. And those 36 years were kind of mute. Even if they did respect them, it wasn't written down, and they really felt disrespected based on that experience. So some things that we have to look at. There's a hostile work environment, obviously negative experience there. So this is just a document to kind of show how I organized all of my research and put them into 4 separate quadrants, and we can talk about those in just a second. Here are the key points. So the first one was hotel employee emotion. So we saw that there was anxiety or discomfort. We saw that there was concern of consequence. And we realized that the brand really didn't represent them in this time of need. They looked to the union or a third party for that emotional connection. The second was hotel employee respect. Again, we looked at that tenure and job skill. And the kind of the disrespect given to those employees. There was no communication, or very little communication, that happened prior, and there was very little motivation that happened throughout the transition. Number 3, hotel employee experiential change. They were all proud to continue to care for the guests, and they were understanding that the company was going to come in, and if they were going to put new energy and effort and resources into the property, then again, they were excited. And they were excited that their benefits did not change during this time because of the union interaction. So again, the hotel, number 4, we looked at the new hire experience, which I just talked about, and then just the factors that related to job separation. And then finally, that seniority in the United States, and it may be similar, but in the seniority aspect is the longer you've been with the property, the more benefits that you receive based on schedule and wages, et cetera, right? So some people would have preferred to leave, But based on that seniority structure that we have, they couldn't leave because they would have to start all the way at the bottom at a new property, and they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to give up their weekends, like was discussed previously, or holidays with their family, etc. Right? So we want to look at the key literature, and we have to look at transformational leadership, right? And what needs to happen, right? So transparency and participation, that should happen. That's what the literature is out there discussing, right? And they were informed the day of. So that didn't work out. The research talks about forgiveness. The literature talks about forgiveness. There was no apology given. The literature talks about knowledge capital, and there was really a lack of respect from leadership. And then there was a pride in service, which is really the opposite of this change equals poor performance. So I agree with previous studies on communication and how we should do that, and leadership respect for employees, how we should create motivational structures, and pride in the workplace after the sale of the property, and leadership decisions and the impact on the guests, employees. Things that conflicted with previous studies based on my research was, again, knowledge capital as it directly relates to hotel employees. So we have to really research that and understand how we can make that hourly employee, the housekeeper, the dishwasher, the line cook, how we can really make them feel respected, right? And so that they can stay with us and have a long journey with us. Brand and the lack of interest by the union members. Again, I was a brand ambassador, and I spent a lot of time focusing on brand relationship to the guests. And I feel that it's lacking in the last couple of years with a hotel employee. Again, union loyalty can be used for success, or in some cases, maybe a third-party human resources company to come in to make sure that these employees have a voice during this transition. Guest experience and professionalism bias, and then the company size, which is not discussed. Understanding that portfolio and understanding what the transition is going to look like before it happens, right? So some things that we have to understand, looking at the importance on policy, practice, and theory. Again, the union was not involved throughout this process, which typically it is not, but maybe thinking about getting some sort of third party involved to make sure that the employees have some place to speak freely. Prior communication, so individuals know what is going on. And what a lot of the employees talked about was what was actually being talked about at their dinner table. So all of these changes, they come home and they talk to their family and their friends about this. And what was that discussed? And how could that have been brought up earlier so that they would have time to adapt to this change? Loyalty of the union due to the phenomenon. So we have to understand the lived experiences of these employees. So some recommendations, I think we have to better understand knowledge capital, what we would consider an unskilled job, and how valuable they actually are to our organization, and really be able to foster that relationship to make sure that they are continuously learning, and that capital, that knowledge capital, that understanding, right, of service and experience to the hotel, operational knowledge, guest knowledge, knowing that repeat customer that we don't have to train. That's so important to our industry, especially right now. Looking at that third party relationship to create an ally with leadership during the change, have an open communication with those representatives, and it's stabilizing during the change. So there's no turnover, right? Or we're at least minimizing turnover as much as we can. So open communication with the team, elimination of leadership. Many times in a merger or acquisition, the leadership that has been running the property for years is just eliminated the day that the transition happens, right? So the leaders and the loyalty is with people. It's not with a name, right? So with those people leaving, it's really difficult to process that on top of excelling at your job with a new employer, which I know a lot of you probably already know, right? So some things that I want to think about and maybe have you think about is where we can focus this understanding of really getting to know operational change right? And how it's impacted in hotels or really any facet of hospitality. But looking at my research through the lens of non-union employees, change in geographical area, understanding that brand relationship, impact of the direct leadership change, right? That their superior, their supervisor leaving is really emotionally, taxing to employees. Creating better motivational practices and then communication through the merger or acquisition. So these are some things that I think we need to focus on more. So lessons to be learned. Major hotel brands, management companies, property leaders have a duty to understand the lived experiences of their employees and the impact their business decisions have on these employees. Right now, with the turnover and the labor shortage, we really need to focus on this finite. And what we're looking at is exactly what we've talked about in the last hour or so, is creative thinking through this process, right? So, looking at that looking at the first presentation and understanding that this could be a simulation, right? And understanding what would happen during this process, right? And looking at what the resilience will be in the long term, right? Of keeping these employees in this property and how it's good for the economy, right? There are corporate culture elements such as communication, operational, and leadership processes that can be implemented during the transition or transaction that can ease the experience for employees who are the reason for the success of the business in the first place. I've managed many properties throughout my career, and I've always left, and the property has always functioned the next day, right? And I think that we always have to remember that when we leave, right? The employees that we have trained and mentored, they're going to carry on their duty. We're going to move on to bigger and better things. We need to create a space for them to be professionals in their field for their career, right? And be able to create that space for them. And I think that we're lacking that, but I'm really excited for all of you to help with the change. So that is all I have. So I really appreciate your time.
We appreciate your time also, Dr. Lesson. And, aside from transition or merger or acquisition or, any changes that can happen in a company, we can all agree that if employees are not being taken care of in all of the aspect they're actually, wanted to be taken care of, they tend to go or, leave and look for somewhere they will actually feel valued and respected. Understand that? Thank you very much, Dr. Lesson, for your presentation. It was very informative and engaging. So now for our plenary discussion, please welcome again our plenary speakers, Dr. Meyer, Dr. Manpreet, and Dr. Lesson, and let us lend our ears and pay attention to our moderators, Ms. Anna Lauren Alcaraz and Mr. Mark Anthony Eguico, Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management students.
Thank you, Sir Angelo and Ms. Kat. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to our research conference. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Mark Anthony Eguico, and my partner here.
Hello, I'm Anna Lauren Alcaraz, and will serve as your moderator for today.
We are excited that we have this panel discussion, and a very big thank you to our international panelists that have taken their time out today to come together and share with us this very important information that we are going to discuss about. Miss Anna, how are you?
What can I say, Mark? I feel so awesome and very eager to finally meet our panel speakers. And the moment is here, and I'm very honored to join them for the discussion. But firstly, I would like to ask the audience one question to check if they can see or hear as well. Please thumbs up. Okay, great. So I like to go over for a few items so you know how to participate in today's discussion. You will have the opportunity to submit text questions to today's speakers by typing your questions into the chat box. You may send your questions at any time during the discussion. Please identify the speakers to whom you would like to ask the question.
I feel so excited as well. Now, just to kick off our panel discussion, can you please do the honors in introducing our esteemed panelists for today?
Certainly, Mark. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce to you our panelists for today, starting off with Dr. Thomas Mayer, Dr. Manpreet Aurora, and Dr. Brian Lesson.
Thank you, Miss Anna. I know for sure a lot of our attendees are eager to ask questions anchored to our conference theme, Cresting 2.0, Research Conference, Innovation, and Resilience Among Discipline in the Tourism and Hospitality Industry. But for now, I am going to ask you to park your questions because we're going to save some time for you to ask specific questions to the panel in the end. And for our dear panelists, you are all encouraged to jump in and share your thoughts anytime you feel interested in a certain question. So let's get started. Hello, dear panelists. So much learning for today's webinar from you. How's everyone?
Very good, thank you.
Doing well, thank you.
How about Dr. Aurora? How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm very happy and glad to be the part of this conference and meeting all the learned people from the faculty across the universities.
Wow, thank you so much. That is awesome. How do you find the conference so far? Our panelists, Mr. Mayor, how's the conference?
Well, I would like to offer my compliments to the university for all of your professionalism. I believe you're setting a very high standard of hospitality and professionalism with your curriculum that you scheduled for the research, your outreach, your coordination of all the events. I participated in many virtual research conferences and then also many face-to-face conferences, and yours is very top-notch. My compliments to your organizational skills and your planning.
It's our pleasure. Very, very thank you, Mr. Mayor. How about Miss Manfred? How do you find the conference?
I totally agree with Dr. Thomas that the standards you are setting are quite high. You people are quite professional in your approach. The things are very meticulous. I'm quite impressed. And the things are going very smoothly because of the efforts of the students. Obviously, the motivation behind must be your teachers, but you people are setting good standards in especially the virtual conferences.
Thank you so much, Doctora. How about Mr. Lesson? How do you find the conference so far?
Well, I think, it's a skill set that we all need to have, right? So it's such an important thing that you are doing right now with the digital space, right? And the fact that you're feeling comfortable in the digital space, I think, is commendable. So I think that it's a wonderful learning opportunity for everyone, but it's also going perfectly. So it's twofold. So fabulous event in this digital space, and great practice.
Wow, thank you so much to our panelists. For today, we currently have more than 1,400 attendees in different platforms, and we have 23 countries who is with us right now, who are eagerly listening to all of you. And I must admit, I myself can't help but get so amazed. And I must say, you all sounded so driven. So here's my first question to all our panelists. What fueled all of you to come up with your topic? What fueled all of you to come up with your topic? Maybe we can start off with Mr. Meyer, followed by Ms. Manpreet, and then Mr. Lesson.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you said what was the motivation behind the topic that we shared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I really wanted to share with you what my passion is at this stage of my academic career. Coming from industry, I really enjoy applying academic theory to practice. And I keep myself highly motivated as a professor, still working with industry, but I'm kind of glad that I'm not in industry because I have the freedom to work on my passion. So working with Gen Z students, they're very youthful and they're very optimistic about their future. But what's really interesting to me is they seem to care a lot about the environment. They seem to care a lot about each other and inclusivity and equity. And it's fantastic to learn from them, but then also share fundamentals and experiences that are so rich in our industry and pass that down to different generations. And to do that in concert with the industry is really a passion. So I get to enjoy a terrific work-life balance because I don't see my work as work.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mayer. How about Dr. Manpreet? What motivates you to come up with your topic for today?
Actually, I live at Dharamshala, and it's in the state of Himachal Pradesh in India. And Himachal Pradesh is known as land of gods, and we have a lot of pilgrimage tourism here. And most of the destinations are associated with the pilgrimage and spirituality. From 18 or 19 kilometers from my home place, His Holiness Dalai Lama's monastery is there where he resides. So we see international tourists as well as inbound tourists all of the year. But during COVID, we saw the markets closed and the tourism industry very badly affected because there are so many shops, hundreds and hundreds of shops in various markets at Kangra, Dharamshala, other pilgrimage places, which were totally dependent upon pilgrimage and the tourist arrivals. And various small industries like entrepreneurial activities, they prepare souvenirs or they prepare other things, they were totally closed due to lockdowns. Moreover, there were no tourist arrivals, not only outbound, but inbound tourists was not also allowed to enter in the state. And we saw almost every industry having in tourism layoffs. So these people were not having enough food to eat because they were not able to earn. So I was so much shattered to see the conditions around because they were totally dependent upon tourism. So I started researching about what is exactly happening in the other states or the countries in regard to tourism. So I started writing about resilient strategies in tourism sector, that how it can be improved and how the people around my areas can benefit out of it. So this was my great motivation to talk about the resilient strategies in tourism.
Awesome. Dr. Aurora, thank you so much. How about Dr. Lesson? What motivates you for your topic for today?
So, to piggyback off of what Dr. Mayer was saying, I work at a two-year school, a community college in the United States, and my student is non-traditional. They're older. They are coming back into the workforce. And we have a culinary program, we have a fermentation management program, and a hospitality program. And running the three programs, understanding what the need of that student is that's coming back into the workplace to get into the next level, right, of their career and their journey. So I focus all my research on employees. I was a hotelier, so they're hotel employees, but change that impacts employees is what I've focused on from my master's degree on, and really enjoy it. And I think it's wonderful for me to sit down with hourly employees and discuss their concerns. So that's where I really enjoy my experience and my my goals. So thank you.
That's very wonderful answer, Dr. Manpreet, Dr. Mayer, and Dr. Lesson. We have a question here for Dr. Mayer. What parameters do you need to fulfill to transition from prototyping to final product concept? That's for Dr. Mayer.
Very good question. The key is going to be to build a good prototype and have time to iterate the prototype, making it better. So the more you can interface the idea and the final version of the idea with the end user, the closer you get to having it fit. And remember, the fourth phase is fit. How does it work? So you have to pay careful attention in the project to what the client wants the final solution to be. So as you work your way through the different phases and your idea is visualized, so the prototype is a visualization of your idea. And what I found is a lot of practitioners of design thinking get hung up on the prototype, thinking that the prototype has to be a physical visualization, like a stick figure or a house, right? Or a clay sculpture. But when you're using design thinking to come up with ideas for business, usually the prototype is a solution. It might be a marketing idea, it might be a framework, it might be a dashboard. We do a lot of dashboards. So the visualization piece, the transition from prototyping to what fits and what works is best when you have a fully developed prototype and take the time to get it in front of your end user so that the adoption rate is going to be acceptable and therefore fit the criteria you were asked to solve with the problem.
Thank you for your very wonderful answer, Dr. Mayer. We have another question from one of our attendees. The question is, what optional training should institution be implemented, this new normal specially practicum with assessment required?
Is that for anybody or?
Yeah, that is for Dr. Mayer.
Oh, what training should the institution have to be able to deliver this kind of material? Is that what I heard?
Yes, doctor. I repeat the question, doctor. What optional training should institution be implemented, this new normal specially practicum with assessment required?
That's a very good question. It's kind of two parts. So first, I would say that the institution should be, like, for example, I enrolled in the design thinking program at Harvard and was sponsored by DePaul University when I was a professor there. So we get as professors, we get a stipend every year. The university provides us with X amount of dollars to do professional development. So we can use those monies as faculty for two purposes, for pedagogical or teaching professional development and or research. So usually, depending on the amount, you can probably go to one research conference and present your work, and or you could sign up for a professional development course. So I chose to do both. So early in my career as a professor, I used a lot of the stipend money to take workshops in pedagogy and teaching effectiveness so that I could be more dynamic in the classroom. So that's first and foremost, is to ask the institution as an academic to support your growth and pedagogical learning and innovation thinking in the classroom. I continue to do that. We're working a lot now on universal design learning, UDL it's called, which is a pedagogical approach that speaks to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the classroom. So briefly, what that means is in grading, what the theory is that different individuals within the classroom learn in different ways. So if you give a final exam and a midterm, and that's the only level of assessment that you offer in the course, it's likely if you have 30 students that maybe 10 of those students don't do well with tests. But are there different ways that they can express that they learned? So in my case, because I do a lot of projects and experiential learning, I don't give exams. So I can measure the effectiveness of their learning the concepts on how well they deliver their projects. But more importantly, I was experimenting now out of 100 points for a grade. I was giving 20 points grading, and I would allow the student to determine how they wanted to be evaluated for those 20 points. So for example, they could pick, I asked them in the beginning of the course, could you state your personal learning goal for this course? So before the class starts, the first day, they write down on a piece of paper what they want to learn in the course. It's different than the learning objective that I put on the syllabus. It's why did you sign up for the course? What do you want to get out of it? And then how do you want to express what you learned and assess your own learning at the end of the course? And when I did that, it was very interesting to see the different levels of expression. So for example, many students did word clouds. They did Canva videos and did recordings to express what they learned. So the assessment side, I believe, has to be more inclusive, and you have to look at the way people can express their learning to support different ways to engage the students. So assessing the design thinking, in particular, that type of project, there's a rubric that I publish in the syllabus that's more traditional, that specifies the different phases of the thinking, the research, the discovery, the ideation, the prototyping, and then there's a point schedule. Sometimes I'll bring a panel in, and the panel will score the final presentation. But of course, the client gives an evaluation after the project's delivered.
Thank you so much for that very meaningful answer for that question, Dr. Mayer. I would also like to ask the same question to Dr. Lesson. What optional training should institution be implemented this new normal, especially practicum with assessment required? Dr. Lesson?
Yeah, I mean, I have to piggyback off of the learning experiences through that Dr. Mayer discussed, and it's really how we focus our project or our projects, our grades, etc. as well. It's all creative thinking focused projects. We work with, again, Qualcomm, we work with the U.S. Navy, we work for major hotel companies, the San Diego Zoo, which is world famous. So all of those, again, are client-facing projects that we work on, and we're able to provide that real life experience. And I think that that's something that we have to look at as educators, and we have to look at to be able to understand the way that we can make an impact in the community by providing actual resources. So doing, a marketing plan for a specific element of a hotel, which we're doing next semester for a specific hotel brand, and being able to have the students go to the hotel, use the facilities, understand the outcome, and then again present it to that client. I think that that's so important in this real world experience for individuals to focus on. So I think that we have to better understand digital technologies that we're able to use in this teaching, so it's not so two-dimensional. We're not necessarily just writing it on paper, but we're creating it in some sort of digital space, which also gives the students more, it gives them more power to be able to express themselves, right? We saw, I think it was MOVA, it was the platform that you were using, but to be able to go in, maybe not necessarily during that class, but anytime for the week or anytime for 4 weeks, and be able to creatively put their information. I could see that translating into the industry as well, based on hotel employees and having creative experiences for them as well, to keep them engaged and to keep them understanding the organization's goals as well. I hope that answered your question.
We also have a question for Dr. Aurora. Dr. Aurora, the question is, do you happen to implement a new curriculum for this new normal? Were there new trainings made or added to the existing ones?
Can you repeat the question, please?
The question is, do you happen to implement a new curriculum for this new normal? And were there new trainings made or added to the existing ones?
Yeah, we are in the process, and some things have been added, because we see that now skill development is very much required, and everybody in India is talking about focusing on skill development rather than just theory teaching. As Dr. Meyer and Dr. Brand both focused on creative learning and talking about design thinking and application, it is true for us also. We are also trying to implement various pedagogies which are related with taking the people or the students to the fields rather than just classroom teaching, because this is an area where you cannot happen to learn everything in classrooms. You need to visit the fields, you need to interact with the people. And I'll agree again with Dr. Meyer that storytelling, just not storytelling, but experiencing and taking experiences from the people or the live areas is going to make you learn even better than theory teaching. So, yes, we are in the processes to apply all these activities into our curriculum, which is the need of the hour, and focusing on skill development is more important than just theory teaching in the class, added with enhancing activities which are going to enhance creativity and design thinking skills in the students.
Thank you very much for that very wonderful and awesome answers for our three panel speakers. But we also have another question. This question goes to the three of our plenary speaker. The question is, what do you consider to be your best paper and why? In what way does it change about the way people approach the field? Can we start with Dr. Aurora first?
You want to know about my best paper?
Yes, please.
For me, every small little effort is the best one. So till now, I have written around 50 papers and I always put my best in it. And I hope my both learned panel members will agree that whenever we write, every single sentence requires a lot of dedication, a lot of research, a lot of, thoughtfulness and creativity. So why would I rate my any paper to be low or better? My each and every work contributes to the development of my personality, and I would equally rate every work of mine to be my best, and I aspire towards excellence in the near future also.
That's a lot of paper, 50 paper. That's a very good answer, Doctora. Thank you for your answer. Can we also hear from Dr. Thomas Mayer?
Sure, thank you. I think Dr. Aurora's answer was very diplomatic, but her research presentation was excellent. So my compliments to your work. That's a great question. To become a PhD requires a lot of research work and a lot of writing, and you have to enjoy what you're doing. So I would say I'm going to bring up work-life balance again. So I kind of divide my research into two areas. One is my academic research to remain scholarly academic certified for accreditation, which is an important element in our university. We have to publish 3 scholarly peer-reviewed journal articles every 5 years. So as my colleagues know, each paper really requires about 18 months from the time you come up with your idea, you collect your data, you write your paper, and then you publish it. It's a laborious process. So believe it or not, I zeroed in on quantitative research because even though it's less enjoyable, it's concrete and it's easier to get out once you get your numbers. So I would say my best paper in that regard was a revenue management paper that I wrote with a colleague from Penn State University, a woman professor that's probably one of the top revenue management researchers in the country, the United States. And what we did is we came up with a revenue management framework for restaurants. There's a lot of revenue management research work on hotels and distribution channels and pricing theory, but the restaurant industry, I believe, is a slow adopter of research work and of more empirical evidence in the way they should run their restaurants. So Breffney Noon, my colleague from Penn State, and I created a framework that provides restaurateurs with an opportunity to look at data, internal and external data, and then to use tools and point of sale systems to make informed decisions about customer demand and pricing theory. So that one I enjoyed the most. And then secondly, my hobby research, as I call it, is I do ethnographic biographies in France because I love food and beverage. So I've written 3 ethnographic stories about generational leadership from one generation in a family, passing it down to the other. So I get to go to France in Bordeaux wine region, Brittany, France to do oyster farming, and then Paris for a Michelin chef. And that's the most fun research because I get to immerse myself in those environments.
Wow, that's a great researches, Dr. Mayer. Thank you for that. How about Dr. Lesson? What do you consider to be your best paper or work, and why? In what way does it change about the way people approach the field?
Yeah, so I'm fairly new to research, and in my institution, research is not required. So it's something that I again do more as a hobby. But I have been researching with a good colleague of mine that I actually met in my master's program, who's at the University of Florida, and we're looking at gender identity in hospitality, hotel hospitality right now. So we're writing that, and I'm really excited. We should be done maybe in the next 3 or 4 months. So to talk about the philosophy of stacking, right, your papers on top of each other and having them be more and more exciting, I think is really the whole purpose of this journey, right? Is to be able to write what you're really focused on and what you're passionate about, maybe career-wise, but maybe at the moment as well, and to be able to focus on that finite, and then be able to bring it back to your students. So that is the topic that we're focusing on is industry specific, but my students are obviously identify in this way, and it's allowed me to learn and to grow in a space that I definitely did not know the vast material that's needed to publish something. So I think it's just a wonderful journey.
Thank you for that very, very wonderful answer, Dr. Lesson. We have one more question coming from Sir Michael. Angelo, can you ask the
Yes.
question for them?
Good afternoon. Supposedly, I'm not supposed to ask questions to our plenary speakers, but because of their very beautiful and timely topic today, it leads me to my question. Now, as we may know, hospitality associates are put in a pedestal where there's a high pressure environment. And I know you've been answering, you've been bombarded with so many hard questions, but don't worry, this is just a lighter question. Now, Dr. Meyer discussed about psychological safety. Dr. Aurora discussed about the well-being of society. And Dr. Lesson mentioned about hotel employee emotion. Now, is it safe to say that management should put people first before the guests? Why or why not? I think let's start with Dr. Lesson.
I always talk about this this trifecta of decision making, right? And the trifecta is financial decisions, employee satisfaction, guest satisfaction. Every decision that you make in our industry impacts one of those three things, and typically more than one. So I think that they have to be looked at in that way, in that manner. Right. So we obviously have to have employees. If the property is not there and functioning financially, then we're not going to be able to hire. Right. We're not going to be able to keep them on for this longevity. I think that hospitality is changing, and the viewpoint and the voice of the employee is getting louder. And I think that we have to be really realistic about that and understand, as we talked about, managers wanting Sunday off. I don't know if I ever had a Sunday off. I'm thinking about the Sundays that I've missed with my family. But as I look back on my career, that was the thing that was missing. Right, for me to stay in operations for a longer period of time would be to create that work-life balance. So looking at those three aspects, as everyone knows, it's very simple, but we have to make decisions based on those three avenues for everything that we do.
I agree, because a while ago you've been mentioning about the employee. The company should put this specific scenario to the employees, or specific lessons that the management should put to their employees. Of course, I really wanted to hear as well what Dr. Mayer will talk about this, since he mentioned that we're like going to the work 5 days with 2 days off.
My compliments, Michael. That's an excellent question. I think it is a question that's on the minds of many industry practitioners right now. So I will also venture to say I suspect that that question was iterative in nature, meaning you had to think a little bit about what you wanted to ask us. So going back to my presentation, I think you've been using a little design thinking without even knowing it. But to answer your question, we just recently rebranded our management department. The hospitality program is nestled in with the management department, and the management department just rebranded itself to the humanistic management department and hospitality. And for the sole purpose of emphasizing to the outside world that the importance of focusing on the human component of the organization. So I believe academia is seeing this push that it's people over profits. So mentioned earlier to you that I straddle the academic and the industry worlds. So I kind of get a kick out of this because I think the industry and is in a tug of war with itself. The hospitality industry is slow, at least in the United States, is slow to recognize that there's a paradigm shift underway, and that wages are rising. So employees are expecting to be paid more money, have more opportunity for growth, have an environment, at least in the United States, Dr. Lesson probably is familiar with this. I believe there's a cultural transformation underway. There's a major push in our country towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, anti-racism. You may have seen it in the news. There's a lot of protesting and social unrest around racism. And at our university in particular, we're paying careful attention. Our overarching mission and values is to provide justice, economic justice, social justice, and a humanistic approach to how we train our students to graduate and be future leaders. So I think this is, we're on the front end of a cultural transformation in our society. And I think that's going to be pervasive through other organizations, where you're starting to see new positions emerge in executive management that are focusing on economic and racial justice within the organization itself. So I think there's no choice that industry is going to have to start evaluating that. But I think they're going to do that kicking and screaming, hanging on to their old values as much as they can, because it's a profit-driven game. So there's going to be a tension that's happening now. But I think the younger generation, the future leaders, your students, our students, are all going to start making that change. But it's going to be interesting to see how it transpires.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Meyer. In our industry, like I mentioned a while ago, we're put on a pedestal, we're bombarded with so many pressure. And sometimes we need to be adaptable, embrace change. And that leads me to Dr. Aurora. We need to rebound. You need to, resiliency. So for you, Dr. Aurora, are you agree that the company should put people first before the associates? Because you're mentioning about the social impact of the well-being of the society.
First of all, I would compliment Dr. Meyer and Dr. Lesson for, their very, very important and very relevant insights. I think they have covered most of the things which I wanted to say. But to add up to both the learned intellectuals here, I feel we need leaders who are more empathetic. I think we need leaders who have got entrepreneurial talent in them. Because if we are not empathetic, then we cannot connect or bind the different stakeholders and come up to their expectations. We cannot always put profits more than our people. Why? Because everybody is connected. If you are talking about or being empathetic about your employees, you are connecting with them, you are taking care of your employees, obviously they will connect with the organization and they will do whatever they can do to build up the reputation or the credibility of the organization in terms of serving their clients also. So it's a connected process. Being empathetic at every level will try to create the overall wellness of not only the organization but the employees also, the stakeholders also, and overall society also. That's why we talk about sustainability too. The mere core of sustainability as well as wellness starts from within us. If we are going to empathetic, we have got certain entrepreneurial enthusiasm in us. It is going to create a work life balance in our organization also. It is going to create a healthy and a conducive environment in the working also, which is going to be reflected in our services. So it is, I think, a connected exercise. It starts from within us.
Thank you very much for that very wonderful answers, Dr. Lesson, Dr. Meyer, and Dr. Aurora. We have one more question for Dr. Lesson. Dr. Brian, what procedures did you employ to ensure privacy in data collection and storage of highly sensitive information from subjects?
It's a great question. So I everything was recorded, recorded on a a non-internet based device, right, where we could focus on the interview itself. Everything was done face to face, so I was able to really not have much of a digital footprint, which really helped with the anonymity of the hotels themselves and the employees. The one thing that the majority of the participants were concerned about was the information and the answers getting back to their employer more than anything else. So to create a space for them to be able to do that and have them understand the process. So it was recorded on a computer that was not based via the internet. Then I used translation software, and I used dictation software that I was able to take those interviews and to be able to flush them out based on the recording. So all of their signatures and things were all done in person. So the digital space, which I think a lot of researchers have concerned with, I really had a gap in the research that I presented today. So I think that methodology is great, although, as Dr. Meyer said, it's very time consuming to be able to speak to them. That took me about 4 years to put together and to be able to speak to all of those individuals. But the process there was to kind of remove that digital footprint, which I know is not easy for most research.
Thank you so much for that answer, Dr. Lasson. And now for our wrap-up question or last question, we encourage our 3 panelists to answer this. So here's the question. What advice can you give to all students who are in the research or aiming to finish their dissertation or thesis? What advice can you give to all students who are in the research or aiming to finish their dissertation or thesis? Let's start to hear from Dr. Mayer, followed by Dr. Aurora and Dr. Lesson.
Thank you, Mark. Another good question. So I will share with you what I learned in my PhD program. One of the first courses we took, they had recent PhDs that finished their dissertations come in and speak to us, and I'll never forget what they said. They said, don't try to change the world with your dissertation topic. Do something that's very narrow and concrete and get the 3 letters after your name and then go change the world. So my advice is take a very narrow topic, get it as narrow as you can, and go deep. So go narrow and deep instead of wide and try to do something very ambitious. Be very practical.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mayer, Dr. Aurora.
Fully agreed with Dr. Meyer. The topic should be narrow and brief so that the in-depth thing can be done. To add up to it, we should always talk about the managerial implication of the topic, which can be practically implicable to the society. If you are not able to, give any practical implication for the society, or the policy implications are not there, that research is not fruitful. So always think about that what your research is going to contribute in terms of findings or scope or future things for the society as a whole. If it is just bookish, it is of no use. Moreover, it's very easy to get frustrated. So don't get frustrated. You should be very sincere. Do not give major time gaps in your research. Be consistent, be persistent, because once you are able to give a gap of maybe 2 days, 3 days, or 1 month, you will forget what line in were you in. So do not give breaks, and be sincere to your topic, and always listen to your supervisors, because sometimes we feel whatever we are doing is right, but trust me, they have spent a lot of time interacting with people. They have spent a lot of time researching. They'll always give better advice to you, and they always feel that their students will outshine them one day. So always have faith in your supervisors.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aurora. Be sincere and persistent. How about Dr. Lesson?
I think the individuals that got me through my dissertation were my classmates and my colleagues. So I think that you have to make sure that you take time to create really good relationships with your colleagues at school. Make sure that maybe you're on a social media feed that's private, that no one else can read, that you can vent on, and make sure that you have a space that you can all talk to each other and communicate with outside the classroom and inside the classroom. We're typically not researching in the middle of the day. It's always at night. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, so it's always at this hour that you're crunching, and if there's a space where you can reach out to individuals and they can get back to you at that crazy hour, I think it's a remarkable cohort that you have, and it will drive your research into a better space. And I could not have done my work without the colleagues that I had. And now I'm, my master's colleague that we're writing together now, it all comes full circle. So don't lose those relationships, and make sure that you have a space that's available for you to discuss your work casually.
Thank you very much for those very wonderful answers. Thank you for our panelists, Dr. Mayer, Dr. Aurora, and Dr. Lesson. And that's all for our panel discussion. Thank you so much to our panelists and to all of the attendees who participated. Let us now call on to our lovely host, Sir Michael and Miss Kat.
Thank you so much, Miss Anna Lauren Alcaraz and Mr. Mark Anthony Egrico. And of course, our beloved panel speakers for providing us with insightful and engaging discussion this afternoon. Now, may we invite our beloved Dean of the School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Efraimel Jose Abellana, overall Conference Chairperson Lito Bajaro Jr., and Conference Chairperson John Michael Timoza to present the plaque of recognition to our dearest panel speakers for their participation in this very substantial, timely, and relevant international research conference.
Thank you. Lito, please.
Sure, Dean. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management, Manila, Philippines, presents this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Thomas Meyer, Dr. Manpreet Aurora, and Dr. Brian Lesson for sharing their time and expertise as plenary speakers during the second Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management International Virtual Research Conference with a theme, Cresting 2.0, Research Convergence, Innovation, and Resilience among discipline in the tourism and hospitality industry, given this 18th day of June 2022, Saturday at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila, Philippines. Signed by Dr. Efraim Jose Abeliana, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, yours truly, the overall conference chairperson, and Mr. John Michael Timosa, conference chairperson. Thank you po.
All right, and now as a memento of today's historic event, may we request a photo op to the speakers and the committees. Please open your camera. Thank you very much. Documentation Committee, take it away.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, our dear panel speakers. This is really jam-packed with information and, tips on how we could make our own research in few more months to go. And we are looking forward to more papers from you, so we will have a guideline on how to do our own. And thank you very much. Thank you also very much for your time. And now on to our last session. Let me introduce our conference chairperson, Mr. John Michael Timosa, for our PM session synthesis.
Thank you, Ms. Kat. And for our PM synthesis, we have first our plenary speaker, Dr. Thomas Mayer, whose title is Education and Training in Tourism and Hospitality Industry. The speaker talks about defining the opportunity, generating ideas, ideating, and visualizing storytelling. He talks about experiential learning in the hospitality industry that he bases on to teach our future hospitality leaders in academics, design thinking methodology that we can apply to any line of work, especially in the hospitality industry. He also talks about how a small team of students is given simulation for developing communication and conflict resolutions. He also mentioned the design thinking flow, which is what if, what wows, and what works. The result that we are looking for in this process is what the client or customer would experience from this. And we need to think in new ways and be creative and explosive. Dr. Thomas Mayer also shared to us his teaching techniques in the academic settings, like applied learning, making portfolios, and a paid dinner where students will serve dinner to the guests, like the president and deans of the university, that would ready our hospitality students to the real world of our industry. And from our second plenary speaker, we have Dr. Manfred Aurora with her title, Resilience Strategies in the Tourism Sector. The speaker talks about how the tourism or hospitality sector can be disrupted by any factors, natural or man-made. That's where our resiliency comes in, since this affects us all as a nation. She gave examples of resiliency where even in our early days as children, we are already doing it more simply. She also gave emphasis on the economic effects of any global problem that the country's gross domestic product would be affected, especially in developing countries. All aspects of tourism and hospitality in different countries during the pandemic had a negative tourism growth rate. For the effect of the pandemic, we need to take care of ourselves by internal healing or wellness, getting back to the beauty of fauna and flora. We also need to reconnect with our loved ones. Ones can help us be resilient. And from our third and final plenary speaker, we have Dr. Brian Lesson with his title, Organizational Theory and Tourism Research. The speaker talks about the vision and literature, methodology, results and analysis, and conclusion. These are the foundation of research that we can use in our education that can be applied in any field or specialty. He also talked about how mergers of big companies acquired small owned hotels. He mentioned the part of his research, the research question, the participants who this study would be applied, the key literature, the gaps filled by research, the result, and the analysis. Also, the key points for his research are hotel employees' emotions, hotel employees' respect, hotel employees' experiential change, and hotel employees' personal change. We can create interesting studies and research. We just need to think about what touches our hearts that we want others to know and learn. We had a lot of learnings from our speakers around the globe for today's event. We hope our future tourism and hospitality students and practitioners may use this knowledge in the future, and that experience would be your greatest teacher. Again, thank you very much, and back to you, Mr. Michael Angelo.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Michael Timoza, for gathering all of the amazing and wonderful information from today's event. Today's presentation was a day full of new learnings and lifelong information that may help nurture and nourish the world of research, as well as to promote best practices that can assist the hospitality and tourism industry to actually flourish and be robust in the face of adversity. Now, before we wrap things up, we are calling all future patriots. Philippine Women's University accepts applicants from students of any religion, race, or gender. Every applicant is evaluated holistically, taking into account of all the information available. Here at the Philippine Women's University, you have the opportunity to fulfill your goals. Am I right, Katrina?
Indeed, Angelo. Here at PWU, we ignite the passion within you. So pre-registration for first trimester academic year 2022 to 2023 is now accepting online applications. The enrollment period will be on the 4th and 30th of July. PWU offers hotel and restaurant management, culinary management, and cruise line operations management. For immediate assistance, kindly send an email to admissions@pwu.edu.ph, or you may call 639-56-889-8488 or 639-56-675-4232 for Globe subscribers and 639-28-339-5341 for Smart subscribers, or you may also visit our official website, pwu.edu.ph. And once again, thank you very much for joining us, our distinguished delegates, panel speakers for today's events, deans, ambassadors, professors, students, and fellow industry practitioners. It has been a great day with all of you. Also, to our sponsors for helping us make all of this possible.
Of course, for our premium package, the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines, a corporate body attached to the Philippine Department of Tourism, Mr. Salvador Garcia Hipe. Again, speaking of tourism and hospitality, there is a person who is passionate about our industry. Follow Sal Garcia Hipe on all of his social media platforms, may it be on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn, as he discusses and discovers more about hospitality and tourism. We also have Ms. Susana Santo Domingo of Wilkin Industrial Services, located at Barangay San Isidro, Parañaque City. Service offered: kitchen exhaust cleaning and hauling and disposal.
For our gold package, we have Miss Darlene Di Maisip of MQ Kitchen Maine. You may check out their Facebook and Instagram page at mqkitchen.maine with their tagline, "Pagbagoong ng pinag-uusapan, MQ lang ang sakalam." We have Miss Dardy Javier of Avare Marketing Group Incorporated. You may like, or you may also check their Facebook page at AvareMe with their tagline, "Changing lives one family at a time." We also have a Miss Clarissa Perez of Blue Droplets Onshore, a water refilling station with their tagline, "We value your health." We also have Miss Almarie Joy Umbay Balaman of RDL Pharmaceuticals Lab Incorporated. It's a beauty and skincare business. And lastly, for our gold package, we have Edric Publishing House, the #1 publishing house for tourism and hospitality books.
And of course, Ms. Kat, for our silver package, we have the 25th and Co. Cakes and Pastries owned by John David Verano, located at Cubangbang, Daet, Camarines Norte. We also have the International Marketing Group, Ms. Rosemary Ocampo, Chief Executive Officer. International Marketing Group, Ms. Leia Verano, Senior Marketing Director. Ms. Rosalina Amora from BV Travel PH Ticketing Services, owned by Ms. Rosalina Amora, located at Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Service offered domestic and international airline ticket. Passenger vessel ticket to go Fastcat and TransAsia. Miss Agnes Cuanco. Cuenca Distribution, owned by Alexis Cuenca, located at 13 Martires City, Cavite. Q Asia's Quality Excellence Awardee. We would like to acknowledge as well Big Room Milk Tea, owned by Jelly Samudio, located at Vincent's Camarines Norte. Nanay Cecilia's Food and Franchising Business, owned by James Salenga. Products offered gourmet tuyo and pure olive oil, boneless to Willis, Spanish style, steamed rice cakes or puto. For contact information, 0936-505-5701 or 0951-612-5574. We also have Gemmis Gift Shop, owned by Miraflor Milan, located at Oroqueta City, Misamis Occidental. Service offered personalized gifts, souvenirs, cakes, and pastries for all occasions. MS Welding Shop, owned by Maria Teresa Suria, located at Mercedes, Camarines Norte. The last but definitely not the least, Restore Package Food Project, owned by Chef Nino Lugarta. You may follow him on his Facebook at Nino Lugarta and on Instagram at Chef Nino Lugarta.
And of course, we wouldn't forget our bronze package. We have Mr. Alain John Baclayo, owner of Relaxing Staycation at Gilmore Tower, located in Gilmore Avenue, Quezon City. We also have Miss Natalie Barin and Mr. Paul Xavier Morales. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Miss Kat. I completely agree with you. I am pleased to call myself a patriot. Again, your ideas and comments are very important to the organizers. So please fill out the evaluation form that will be given out and uploaded before the web conference ends. Your e-certificates of attendance will arrive 1 to 3 business days via email. And of course, to conclude the first day of the International Research Conference, let us hear it from our conference co-chairperson, Mr. Ryan Christian Alonso. Everybody, let us give him a warm of applause.
Thank you, Fernando. So today's productive and informative conference is about to end. But before we proceed with it, on behalf of the organizing team of this year's International Virtual Research Conference, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to President Marco Alfredo Benitez of the Philippine Women's University for allowing us to host this very educative and engaging research conference. Thank you also to all the PW deans and officials who have graced us with their involvement and punctuality. To our keynote and plenary speakers, Dr. Subramanyam, Mr. Tadeo, Dr. Lesson, Dr. Mayer, and Dr. Aurora, we and all the participants greatly enjoyed your discussions, and we have learned a lot from them that we may apply to our thesis and future research. Thank you so much for your time and expertise. We are looking forward to more conversations and informative discussions from all of you. To our ever supportive and hands-on advisor, the mastermind of this conference, none other than Dr. Efraimel Jose Avellana, Dean of School of Hospitality Management. Thank you so much, Dean, for your guidance on how we can successfully stage this virtual research conference. It is indeed successful because of your guidance and supervision. To all the organizing team, our first day event was a success because of our hard work and teamwork. Congratulations to all of us. To our participants, thank you for your active participation. We hope that this conference enlightened and imparted knowledge to you which you can use in your future endeavors. At this juncture, we are just ending the first day of our virtual research conference. On June 25, 2022, same time and same platform, we hope to see you again as Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management showcase the thesis and dissertation of the alumni. So we hope to see you again on June 25th, 2022. So let me finish this message by saying, in the midst of chaos, there is also an opportunity. Never let the fear striking out stop us from reaching all our dream. Again, thank you and have a great day ahead to everyone.
I agree, Mr. Ryan Christian Alonzo. Thank you very much. Once again, he's our conference co-chairperson. Thank you so much once again to all our distinguished speakers, guests, and virtual audience. Thank you very much for joining us today. We'd like to remind everyone to keep an eye out for the continuation of our second day of the International Research Conference on Saturday, June 25, 2022. Come right back next week.
Thank you, Angelo. And I am very much fascinated to be your partner for this meaningful second International Virtual Research Conference. And once again, we are your hosts. I'm Katrina Beatriz Mendoza. And with me is Mr. Michael Angelo Peralta. We will all see you next week. For now, let's watch the PW hymn followed by the evaluation QR code. Thank you very much.
Our virtual audience. See you next week, June 25, 2022.
Let's wander Baguio's flourishing art scene. Right in the middle of the mountains sits a haven for local artists and craftsmen. Baguio is also home to national artist Benedicto Cabrera, widely hailed as a master of Philippine contemporary art. here, the art is just as amazing as the view. Go on another cultural trip that will inspire you. Let's wander Baguio's evergreen parks. Baguio's high altitude makes it the ideal habitat for the sileng, plus a rich and varied flora. Go park hopping all you want. One thing's for sure, the views are always breathtaking. Hop on to your next virtual tour. Let's wander on Boracay's iconic paraos. These wind-powered vessels get rockstar parking. There where you can find the very best views of the island. And have that perfect end to your day in Boracay. Sail off to your next virtual tour. Let's wander Boracay's waters. What a view! There's lots to do, like soar up in the air and get a bird's eye view of the sea. It's not for everyone, but it's definitely unforgettable. Enjoy waves of endless fun in Boracay. Find more unforgettable adventures in your next virtual tour. Let's wander Bukidnon. Welcome to Sincona Forest Reserve. This ASEAN Heritage Park is the only place in the country where Sincona trees are raised for malaria medicine. Ride along its peaceful and scenic trails. Or from the sky! Woohoo! Hope you're not afraid of heights. Soar into your most spectacular adventure, or have a new one in the next virtual tour. Let's wander Camiguin. Starting off with the famous White Island, a 1.4-kilometer stretch of powdery fine sand. Then to the marine sanctuary of Mantigue Island, one of the best diving spots in the country, known for its rich biodiversity. Cap off your adventure with the majestic Katibawasan Falls. Come again to Camiguin or go on a new virtual adventure. Let's wander the islands of Coron, Palawan. Take a ride through the jagged limestone cliffs that date back to the Jurassic era. Look at that water! Hop around breathtaking island landscapes you'd only see on screensavers. Or visit the island towns that carry a wealth of local history. There isn't a corner of Coron that doesn't take your breath away. But hold your breath for your next virtual tour. Let's wander El Nido, Palawan. Known for its extraordinary natural splendor, coral reefs, and aquamarine waters, it is regularly ranked as one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. The kind of place where you'd want to live on the water. And you actually can. There's no paradise quite like El Nido in the whole world. Find another Philippine paradise in your next virtual tour.
Let's wander Manila. Hungry? You came to the right place. Local food crawls offer a taste of the world. Quick, delicious, no fuss food. Just take your pick. There's something here for everyone in the city that loves to eat. Find your next delicious adventure. Let's wander the walled city of Manila. To enter, just pass under the eyes of St. James. You'll find a lot of plazas here and converted structures. Stories in every corner, sacred and historic. Many come for the history, but stay for the pockets of peace you'll find inside Manila's walls. Find your next adventure. Let's wander Cebu, home of the famous lechon. Pigs are roasted for 3 to 7 hours, flavored with secret spices. Thanks, Kuya. Just don't forget the extra rice. After eating, Go for a nice walk where blooms await you all year round. Wake your senses in awesome Cebu, or find your next adventure. Let's wander Cebu! With so many activities, it's easy to get caught up in a rush. Just hop on and dive into new experiences. Cebu has the largest oceanarium in the country, where you can learn about marine life without getting your feet wet. Ride the waves in beautiful Cebu, or go on another adventure now. Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows here in Ilocos. Or take another trip somewhere else.
Let's wander the roads of Ilocos Norte. The picture-perfect place for a scenic drive where the mountains meet the sea. Drive on up to one of the last Spanish colonial lighthouses of its kind. Enjoy the ride in Ilocos Norte. Or take another trip somewhere else.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union or in the next virtual adventure.
Let's wander Pampanga's culinary scene. Known as the country's culinary capital, Pampanga is a regular stopover for foodies, where culture and cuisine combine into the unique fusion of flavors of vibrant Kapampangan dishes. You can fill up on the colors alone. There's so much to sample, especially when you're in a foodie hotspot like Pampanga. Find more Filipino flavors in your next virtual tour.
Let's wander Barangay Balisong, home of the proud butterfly knife. Mr. Ona has been making them since he was 12. The 29. 29 centimeters long and the go-to souvenir. The Balisong is a symbol of bravery and craftsmanship, one you can help keep alive in historic Batangas. Or take another trip somewhere else. Let's wander the rocky trails of Mount Tapulao, Zambales, the highest peak of the Zambales mountain range. Known for its rocky road trail and pine forest that test the limits of your endurance and toes. Onwards to the mossy forest. And finally, the famous World Tree that marks the summit of your adventure around breathtaking Zambales. Get more majestic views in your next virtual adventure. Let's wander Anilao, the quick getaway for gram-worthy dive sites. Coral dives, wreck dives, everything's here. Even clowns. It's the best way to meet 2 million friends and discover sunken treasures. Explore the depths of Batangas or choose your next adventure. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore. And maybe even more to be had in your next virtual tour.
Let's wander Bohol. Maybe you've seen chocolate hills like this. But not like this. Get up close to the hills with a thrilling ride. So tara! Go on more fun adventures in Bohol. Or start a new one in the next virtual tour. Let your taste buds wander in Bohol. Starting with a rare kind of salt made only in the town of Albur. A dinosaur egg? Nope, it's a sinti buok, which has a sharp, smoky flavor. Another specialty is ube kinampay, the queen of Philippine yams. Famous for its fragrant aroma and sweet taste. There's always more to explore in Bohol. Or in another foodie paradise.
Let's wander Davao. There's nothing like the smell of pine trees in the morning. And finding trails you can get lost in. Thanks, Kuya. Head on up to get a refreshing kind of high. Coming through! Nature meets adventure here in Davao. Go on another virtual trip today. Let's wander Davao. Davao grows some of the finest cacao beans in the world that turns into all kinds of chocolate. You can even make it yourself. Salamat! Meet a national icon. Sinag's wingspan can reach up to 7 feet. Most eagles here are rescues, but supporting sanctuaries like this one help ensure their survival here in Davao. Find your next adventure.
Let's wander the islands of Iloilo. Saltwater lagoons? Just hop on. Discover small islands that make you feel like a king. You can also go bar hopping, where it's happy hour every hour. Find more hidden gems in Iloilo. Or go on another adventure. Let's wander Iloilo. It's home to many things, including a stairway to heaven. The pilgrimage has 456 steps. But you can always rest along the way. And you made it to heaven, all in one piece. It also offers breathtaking views. Find your haven in Iloilo. Or go on another adventure.
Let's wander Tarlac and Bataan. In Capas, you'll find a 54-hectare memorial park, which used to be the site of a prison camp that incarcerated thousands. Today, it stands to honor the fallen. This marks the start of the 97-kilometer march that went on for 7 days. After the war, reparations were made, and this bell tower stands to symbolize the reconciliation between the two countries. At Mount Samat, you'll find the Shrine of Valor, the scene of the final stronghold, honoring the gallantry of Filipino and American soldiers. Walk the pages of history in historical Bataan and Tarlac, or go find another adventure. Let's wander the Puerto Princesa Underground River. Safety first! This UNESCO World Heritage Site is famous for its limestone landscapes and stunning cave formations. No wonder it's part of the new 7 Wonders of Nature. Get lost in Palawan's breathtaking sights, or explore more in another virtual tour. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan or escape to another world-renowned wonder.
Let's